3 of these phones to be won. 1 per day. So if the oil on your head has dried and you did not win it today, make sure when you are coming tomorrow, you'll buy 1 bottle of olive oil and put it on your head to make sure that you will be the second winner. If peradventure tomorrow it doesn't get to you, do not lose hope. Wonderful things happen at the Nigerian Fintech Week. On Thursday, you still stand the chance. So please, if you know you don't have a ticket to make you stand a chance to win this, can I see your hands up? Madam, please go back to the registration center and make sure you tell them you have to get your raffle draw or your raffle ticket. Please, everybody who is registered is entitled to stand a chance to win a phone today. Another is going to be won tomorrow, and the 3rd phone is going to be won on the last day of the event. Unfortunately, some of us do not stand the chance because it seems like we are part of the event, which is for me, I'm going to tell the organizers that no, me, I have to register and stand through because we need new phones, as a matter of fact. Some people have been saving money to buy phone. Who knows, maybe today, God will just show you some smile and favor, and that will help you. So make sure you get your raffle draw. Your raffle ticket to stand a chance to win this. 1 ticket per person. If you take more than 1 ticket, God is watching you. All right? So please make sure you take an advantage of that. And I will keep announcing this as we have a fuller hall today. And we have another special, wonderful surprise for those who are going to be traveling very soon. I understand that an aviation company has 17 tickets. 17. The last time you were traveling abroad, ticket these days is about somebody's salary for 3-4 months. So 1 million plus per ticket, my brother. If you happen to be one of the person who wins that ticket, it means that obviously the Nigerian Fintech Week and the sponsors have saved you over $1 million to when you're traveling anywhere in the world, or you are traveling specifically to any country in Europe. So please make sure you ensure you register, and then you stand the chance to win all of these wonderful, wonderful special surprises that we have here at the 2023 edition, which is the 6th edition of the Nigerian Fintech Week. And also, ladies and gentlemen, we have the QR code that we'd like you to scan so that you can have access to all of the information that we have to offer to you at this particular edition of the program. For those who are also joining us online, I'm going to communicate how you too will participate. We know that virtual is an aspect of our reality today. The world is a hybrid function, and so we want to take an advantage of all of that as a matter of fact. And so, ladies and gentlemen, it's a 3-day affair, and we have several sessions. We have keynote addresses, we have goodwill messages, we also have pitches, and certainly other aspects of the program like this wonderful raffle draw, and that is going to make the whole experience quite exciting. And so we'd like you all to please be fully engaged. The hashtag, I'm very sure I'm going to have that fully communicated. It should be an hashtag NFW 2023, I believe, and I'll get to you with the proper one so that we don't make any mistakes. You know, we are in the age of digital self-expression. And so please make sure you take as many pictures as you can, do your selfies, use the backdrop, the background, wherever it is you want, and so that we can have that shared. Let us pepper those who are not here to let them know that they are missing something. And we also will encourage you to please pay apt attention when we have the Q&A sessions, which are going to obviously come. No question is irrelevant. Every question matters as a matter of fact. The fintech ecosystem is one that has redefined Nigeria's narrative. And you who are here today are part of that success story. And I think you deserve a resounding applause for yourself. Please put your hands together for yourself. The more you clap, the more successful your business will be. That always works. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Stephen Ipalibo Lawson. You can call me Stephen. You can call me Ipalibo if you can pronounce that. You can call me Lawson. Please do not address me as Sir or Mr. Just Stephen Lawson. That makes it easier. That way, it helps us to understand that we are all equals in our own different rights. And we're here today to be able to build that relationship that will help our businesses as well as our lives to be very, very colorful, successful, and certainly one that we'll be proud of. I can talk from now to tomorrow. All I would just need is a bottle of water. But you're not here to listen to me. You're here to listen to all of those qualified professionals who are going to be sharing some of the learned lessons from all of their engagement in the different businesses that they are all manning. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I need us one more time to understand that the fact that you are here, you are very important. The fact that you are here, you are a part of the success story of this event already. 3 days is not going to be so far by the time you realize that all of the content which you are enjoying will be one that will help you redirect and, of course, reshape your perception and approachation as well in life. And so I will encourage every one of you to please take an advantage of it. Is important. As soon as I have a quorum, which we intend to start in the next 15 minutes, more or less, or 20 minutes, we officially kick off the event with our opening address, and then we have the keynote address coming in from the African Development Bank. And our first session, which is on risk management and resilience, strategies for building compliant organization, that we hammer on several case studies and best practices, especially with regards to the culture of resilience, will obviously be the best way to start off today's event. We go straight to other goodwill messages. And then our fire chat section will help us, set up further tempo of the event before we have other aspects, which one in particular is the launching of the Fintech white paper. And I would like us to please put our minds together to look at that particular item, because that paper will contain so much in terms of statistics, data, information, and insight that will help us in terms of inferring innovations as well as a concept that can help us make a difference in our different offices. And then we're going to go on a lunch break, and then we have about 2 other sessions that will wrap up the day. But please do not leave, because when we are going to have the raffle draw, I will announce it to you. But you can be rest assured that we will not end today without that special aspect of the event. And that raffle draw will be taking place twice today, 2 times today. Make sure that you benefit from either time. And then who knows, maybe one person here will win everything at the end of the day. But we'll find that out as the program progresses. And so, ladies and gentlemen, please make sure at the registration desk you have all of your details and you have your ticket as well, and keep that with you, because we'll need that. You will need that for access. And please be mindful of your personal items. It's very important. And Cyprian, please, can you come? And one of the bouncers will be standing with Cyprian in case you want to waylay him anywhere, any moment. Cyprian, just make sure that you know what I gave to you. That pepper spray, if anybody wants to, great. So that this doesn't come in, you're holding $500,000 plus in your hands, so to speak. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to quickly say that as soon as we're ready, we will obviously go in for a short break before we have the time coming in. But please, 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 can you turn to your neighbor on your right? Can you turn to the person on your right and say, hello, good morning? Please, can you do that? I just said right. Some people have gone to left already. Now, turn to the person on your left. I say, hello, good morning, how are you? Okay, great. Now, the person you've met on the right or on the left, in case something misses, you know the person you're going to hold. So it's not just only necessarily out of courtesy. It's to make sure, okay, I know you. What happened? All right. But jokes apart, please, let's be mindful of our personal items so that we have a wonderful day. This hall is going to be so full by the end of the day that we'll be so amazed. Anyway, at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to come back to announce quickly for us to please be upstanding so that we can get ourselves further engaged before we start the event properly. But just give me 1 or 2 minutes and then we will do that. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please clap for me, encourage me. Thank you. I need all of that encouragement. God bless you. Just a moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, one of the things that you experience at the Nigerian FinTech Week is the fact that the organizers know how to take care of their delegates. But I would like to please quickly ask that for the next 10 minutes, more or less, we want you all to be upstanding. As a matter of fact, can you all stand up, ladies and gentlemen? Just stand up, just stand up. All right, all right. Which of you have done your exercises this morning? If you did your exercise this morning, okay, okay. All right, please. Can you do this? Stretch to your left. Okay, this is my right, Abby. Stretch to my right, stretch to the left. Do like this, do like that. I hope you didn't hear crap. I'm not responsible for that. All right. So at this point in time, please, I need you to do 2 things for me. Get to meet somebody while you go for tea break. As soon as you're back from tea break, we are going to start up the event. So please don't sit down. Tea break is being served. The ushers are going to direct you. And then at the same time, please get to meet one another. This is part of the high point of this event. Networking is important. You don't know the next person you meet might be the deal closer or clincher for you for that deal that you're dealing with. So tea break is served, and there's going to be for the next 10 minutes plus on minus, and then we'll start up the event officially. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ushers, please direct them to where they will get their tea break so that we can quickly start up the event. God, and thank you. Please, let's alert the delegates that are at the food court to please start coming in. We're about to kick off the event. Please, let's have all the delegates leave the food court area and come back into the hall so that we can kick off the event. Please, ladies and gentlemen, please can we come back into the hall so that we can kick off the event? We want to be on time. Hello, the first raffle draw is about to take place. Please, can we have Mr. G to come up to draw the first raffle draw, and that is for the phone. All right, put your raffle tickets in here, please, quickly. Only those who are here will stand the chance of winning. The fewer, the better, sir. Please, anybody who is not here cannot qualify for the raffle draw. Please, Usher, take the basket quickly. Take the gas. If they are not here, we are not doing we're not, only those who are here will stand the chance of winning one of our raffle tickets. Please, let's have the raffle tickets quickly. If you're not here, by the time we are able to kick off, you don't stand the chance. Ladies and gentlemen, where are the ushers? Please pass the basket because we'll need to be able to start taking the raffle tickets right now so that we announce. I'm very sure the chairman is going to be excited to have that. Ushers, please, can we get everybody to come in quickly so that we can kick off the event? At the Nigerian Fintech Week, we are always on time. gentlemen, we're about to start the raffle beginning. If you're not here in the hall, you do not stand the chance to win either the phone or the air ticket. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting. We have our guests in the house. Please, can we close up the food court? Ushers, please, can we close up the food court? And we are starting right about now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we thank you because this is a hybrid format of the Nigerian Fintech Week, which is being streamed as well. Please, can we have all our delegates back in here? We're about to start. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much for taking your seats. It's good to see that we have our dignitaries already joined us all across the different aspects of the financial technology landscape. The ecosystem is one that we are fully identified with, and I want to say a big thank you. Personally, it's seeing very familiar faces that I've actually had the privilege of being introduced to and, of course, have a relationship with. And I want to say a big thank you to every single one of you here. The Nigerian Fintech Week 2023, no doubt, with the theme, Fintech Resilience, Innovation, and Diversification, is happening at a time where, as a country, we are facing some of the challenges, like I mentioned earlier on, that has to do with a lot of our economic indexes. We're hoping, as a matter of fact, not just the fact that we recognize the challenges that this profiles, but we also understand how this obviously goes. In terms of economic downturn, we know resilience can either be built through focus or certainly can be built through cost effectiveness, as well as the ability of seizing opportunities. And of course, this might involve so much more in terms of improving the core product or services that we have, as well as reducing operational costs and expenses. And above it, for me, one of the major concerns is enhancing the user value experience at every given point in time. At the 2023 edition of this event, we are going to be exploring so much more that we know that fintech, as a matter of fact, that helps us to solve several problems that we have as a people. But beyond that, we are seeing it as an avenue of creating opportunities that is going to make it so much more worthwhile. And so I want to say a big thank you to every single one of us who are seated here. This is a hybrid event, which means that all of you who are attending physically, we also have those who will be attending virtually. And we want to recognize every single one of you, those who are here with us physically and those who are here with us virtually. We recognize you all and we say a big thank you. I would like to quickly announce that the social media handle or the different handles that we are going to be leveraging on this particular edition of the event is tagged the following: hashtag Nigerian Fintech Week or hashtag NFW 2023 or hashtag NFW 23. And so, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great delight to say a big welcome one more time. Can we put our hands together for ourselves? The more we clap, the better for us. Please, can you put your hands together for yourself? Let me be sure that I'm speaking to people who are fintech compliant, alive, and obviously very strengthened. Thank you so much. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I want to quickly lay down some of the announcements that we believe will guide us throughout this 3-day of the event. As you are very much aware, the Nigerian Fintech Week is an event everybody looks forward to every year. And this is one event that we're obviously going to explore in terms of thought leadership through keynote addresses and, of course, training sessions that we entail engaging debates, as well as cutting-edge workshops that will help us explore some of the opportunities around the theme, fintech resilience, innovation, and diversification. And so let me quickly announce that please let us all be mindful of our personal items. And as well as I recognize every single one of you here, every member of the Board of Trustees, as well as the Governing Council and Management of the Fintech Association of Nigeria, we recognize you. We also recognize every member of the media that is joining us here today, as well as our sponsors and exhibitors. As the program progresses, I will make all of those announcements as the case is. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Stephen Ipalebo Lawson, and I'm very honored to be your anchor for today. I want to say a big thank you to all of the men that have rode with all this while in this space. I see my former chairman of CB here as well. I want to say a big recognition and thanks to you, sir. And God bless every single one of us. The Nigerian Fintech Week is an industry-focused program. It deals not just about thought leadership, but shares experiences from case studies as well as stories that can help us redefine our engagement as players in this very space. We are obviously in the fourth industrial revolution, and we understand that the 5G technology is coming on board that is going to help us fast track so much in terms of deliverables. We also understand how important Internet of Things, as well as artificial intelligence, obviously machine learning is beginning to redefine not just the landscape, but of course the projection and where the areas of scalability can actually come to fore. We've seen so much in terms of how technology has improved our lives, especially during the COVID. We saw the role fintech companies, as a matter of fact, played. With over 200 fintech companies in Nigeria, and as well as playing the major role, as a matter of fact, we know that the future is obviously bright. And how we are able to take an advantage of all of that is basically part of the essence of why we are having this wonderful conference. And so I want to say a big thank you to the organizers, as well as the sponsors, for the singular privilege of being your anchor person. But because of time, I'm going to go straight to the program so that we can maximize our moment. And I'm going to make in still further announcement with regards to some of the lucky winners that we might have today, as well as how the program itself is going to pan out for the next 2 days. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, and with the instruction and direction from our heads here, we rightly say a big welcome one more time. And ladies and gentlemen, like I said earlier on, please let's all be mindful of our personal items. At this point in time, the Nigerian Fintech Week 2023 with the theme, Fintech, Resilience, Innovation, and Diversification is being kicked open by my invitation of the President of
cybersecurity threats has come to the fore in 2023, knowing the amount of sensitive information that fintechs handle and the need to gain customer trust, maintain regulatory compliance, amongst others. The figure on breaches and the impact to customers and the broader ecosystem continue to rise, with an estimated 33% of computers vulnerable to cyber attacks in a recent survey carried out by a leading cyber firm. In this respect, we have a CEO's subcommittee of Fintech NGR GovCo, and they've met a number of times and are mapping out specific steps to support our members in this ever-evolving space. So you'll be hearing a bit more from them as the weeks come by. In addition, regulatory changes require appropriate levels of resilience to adapt and maintain compliance, reducing the risk of legal and financial consequences. With the propensity of financial markets to be volatile, fintech firms need to be resilient to withstand economic downturns or sudden market shifts. This resilience helps them maintain their operations and customer trust during tough times. Innovation is the lifeline of our ecosystem, probably its very basis for existence, driving financial inclusion, payments, customer experience, scale, competitiveness to unprecedented heights. And today, I'm really delighted that we have so many of our fintech firms here to showcase their products in over 50 booths out there. And I hope you will take some time to look out and visit and learn and be curious about what they've got to offer. Now, diversification or diversifying the range of services and products that we offer helps fintech firms spread their risks. By not relying on a single revenue stream, they can better withstand economic shocks or market fluctuations. Diversification of products and services attracts a broader customer base, allowing fintech firms to serve different market segments and reduce dependency on a single niche, and forming strategic partnerships that can provide access to new markets, technologies, and resources. In this respect, it is so delightful to see several fintech firms now pursuing the expansion plans beyond Nigeria and into wider Africa in various areas. Our fintech ecosystem has continued to flourish despite severe economic headwind, witnessing significant growth in the last 6 years, from foreign direct investments of barely $53 million in 2017 to tune of $1.2 billion in 2022. And it will no doubt continue to rise, despite the current economic shocks that we've seen and the inflationary pressures in the global, in the wider global dynamics. According to Fintech Global Research, as of Q2 2023, Nigeria attracted 42% of the share of fintech deals in Africa, making it still the most attractive destination on the continent. We now have some 250 active fintech firms and over 6,000 startups registered at various acceleration incubation hubs and financial services institutions, with 40 million people yet to be financially included in Nigeria. The opportunities remain enormous, but not just in fintech. The opportunities are there in agri-tech, insurtech, edtech, health tech, regtech, prop tech, and blockchain adoption, to name but a few. So I urge innovators and investors to continue to explore the broader areas of tech as a way, not just pay tech or fintech. You know, as we continue to grow our ecosystem, we're proud that Nigeria has the highest number of unicorns in Africa. And this platform is here to encourage not just the existing unicorns, but the next generation of unicorns that will power Africa's socioeconomic development. We especially want to commend the role many of our fintechs played during the cashless period earlier this year in providing seamless services to the last mile. Many of these include our sponsors, who have now cemented their position as forces to be reckoned with in the industry alongside established players, solving real problems and enabling the country to avoid a complete economic standstill. Technology has the potential to be a powerful equalizer, both locally and globally. And if our industry and nation are to play the rightful part in the fifth industrial revolution, talent and deeper technology development, over and above coding and basic software development, will be required. We must start building structures and key verticals that allow us to be self-sufficient in the 21st century and beyond. Leveraging appropriate partnerships, we must commence to start building chips within our country. And you say chip manufacturing, yes, to build it, not assemble it. And start with low-end devices. Let's start building the phones. Now, this includes not just the casual fintech, it includes partnerships, government, good funding, but that's the next level we really have to take it if we're really serious about developing our technology stack, as many countries in Asia and around the world have done. A well-structured technology stack can crystallize innovation, fuel entrepreneurship, and reduce the demand on foreign exchange over the medium and long term. We still have less than 100,000 developers in the country, and the Japa syndrome is certainly not helping. Our association, in its drive to accelerate the development of fintech firms, launched a globally recognized fintech certification program in September 2023, in partnership with the Chartered Institute of Bankers and the FSI, as part of the numerous initiatives to build a deeper and richer talent pool. It is expected that this will go a long way to reducing the talent issue in the industry, and we hope that you will participate in this fantastic skills development opportunity and bring forward your staff to actually join in, build their skills on resilience, on innovation, and of course on diversification. As an ecosystem, we are building the next wave of founders, innovators, and creators, national award winners. We had 7 in 2022. We will drive Africa robustly going forward. In our advocacy role, the Regulator Forum, that's regulators and innovators, and I have one of our co-chairs here, Dr. McKee, has been engaging and partnering with various regulators to deepen the capacity of our ecosystem and enhance consumer confidence. This can be seen in the recent collaboration to upskill our members on the Financial Action Task Force challenges, what fintech firms need to do, and how we can bring innovation to address this issue. And the Nigeria Financial Intelligence Unit has been very supportive in this regard. We thank all our regulators, the Central Bank of Nigeria, very well represented by my brother here, Musa, Securities and Exchanges Commission, NFIU, Nigerian Communications Commission, Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, and many others for their continued support in bringing innovators and regulators to collaborate on creating a resilient industry. I am so pleased to inform you that Fintech NGR will be hosting the Nigeria Pavilion at the Singapore Fintech Festival in November 2023. That is the largest fintech festival in the world. Nigeria will continue to strive for more international partnership in its fintech ecosystem that will build into new frontiers and opportunities and position us as the go-to destination for fintech innovation and investments. And any fintech firm still interested in joining the contingent should contact us for more details. The hybrid nature of this event and the format of the setup is such that would ensure that our delegates, whether joining physically or virtually, get connected to a worthwhile experience of learning, collaboration, unique insight, striking business deals, and other amazing opportunities. As in previous years, I'm positive that this edition of Nigeria FinTech Week will not only generate pragmatic ideas, focus, strategies, but that you will be driven and energized to apply these when you go back to your workplaces and further spur the growth of the ecosystem. In concluding, the FinTech NGR, that's the Association of Fintechs in Nigeria, will continue with our FinTech Week, organizing it, and I have to thank our Vice President Stanley, who anchors this together, all the members of the committee for the FinTech Week, our management team, who've done a fantastic job in making sure this happens year on year. We'll continue to deepen relationships across the board and with regulators, co-create, co-innovate, build capacity. I have no doubt that the digitization of all sectors of our economy is a precursor to the further growth of our economy. And as FinTech NGR, we will continue to play an active and major role in growing the digital economy, creating jobs, driving socioeconomic development, sustainable wealth creation, and repositioning Nigeria as the center of innovation. Thank you. Have a fantastic week. Be curious, innovate, and enjoy yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, President. Please, can you put your hands together one more time for him? He said we should be curious. Well, we know curiosity killed the cat, but it's not this kind of cat. As a matter of fact, it's one that is obviously going to help us take up or leapfrog a lot of our development. And it's good to note the fact that, as I mentioned, 42% of the fintech deals, as a matter of fact, President, you had said, according to the report of the Q3 2023 edition, obviously has 42% of all of those deals are here in this our zone. And that tells you the fact that Nigeria is the best place to be in. With over 250 of those fintech companies, we obviously can make a huge impact that can help us drive the whole campaign to ensure that Nigeria not only becomes the hub, but we obviously will be here for innovation, creating opportunities that will help us thrive, as a matter of fact. Please, one more time, can you put your hands together for Mr. Ade Bajomo, the president of Fintech Nigeria, for that opening address. Without taking our time, quickly, our first keynote address is going to be taken by Dr. Akinwumi Adesina. He's the president of the African Development Bank. He's ably represented here by his director general of the same institute in the person of Mr. Lami Barrow. Please, can you put your hands together for Mr. Lami Barrow as he comes up to present the keynote address. The more you clap, the more money ADB will give to us. He wants to know that he's taking the story home. We have unicorns here that we can celebrate so much more. You're welcome, sir.
Very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Ade Bajomo, President of the Fintech Association of Nigeria, members of the Board of Trustees of the Fintech Association of Nigeria, Mr. Segun Aina, President of the African Fintech Network, member associations of the Africa Fintech Network, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to speak at the opening ceremony for the 6th edition of Nigeria Fintech Week on behalf of Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank. This forum has emerged as the go-to event for financial sector and fintech leaders, not only in Nigeria, but across the continent and global fintech industry. Let me thank Mr. Bajomo for his kind invitation. The theme chosen for this year's Fintech Week on resilience, innovation, and diversification resonates particularly well with the imperatives of the times, as many fintech companies are grappling with the need to adapt to a fast-changing landscape, particularly in the wake of the downturn in the global economy, which is characterized by volatility and heightened uncertainties. Closer home here in Nigeria and other African countries, this is increasingly manifested in macroeconomic instability, rapid currency depreciation, and rising inflation. Coupled with the slowdown in FDI flows into Africa, these developments are weighing down on the continent's growth momentum, with real GDP growth rate estimated at 3.8% in 2022, down from 4.8% in 2021. The need to build resilience through innovation and product diversification has never been more urgent. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Africa's fintech sector has a key role to play in building that resilience. Innovation in the sector is driving financial inclusion across the continent, where recent statistics indicate that 33% of adults in sub-Saharan Africa have a mobile money account, the largest of any region in the world, and more than threefold the global average. The 2022 GSMA report also highlighted that Africa now accounts for 621 million registered mobile money accounts, which represents 46% of the global total and around 70% of the world's $1 trillion mobile money transactions in 2021 by value. The spread of mobile money accounts has created new opportunities to better serve the underserved segments of our populations that have traditionally been excluded from the formal financial system. The COVID-19 pandemic also underscored the important role that digital technologies can play in managing shocks, as countries with advanced digital financial service ecosystems were able to scale up emergency cash transfer programs which rely primarily on electronic platforms. Of course, the impact of African fintechs extend well beyond banking and payments for the underserved population, whether it is in health tech solutions that ensure that healthcare is just a click away, agri-tech platforms that connect farmers to markets, weather forecasts, and access to real-time information on market prices, or edutech applications helping to ensure access and affordable education services. Innovation is driving inclusion and providing solutions to Africa's needs. Also, the African fintech's capacity to innovate has attracted investors globally. The president of the Nigeria Fintech Association in his welcome remarks gave you the numbers, which basically tell us that 42% of these investment flows in fintech came to Nigeria. And according to Disrupt Africa and International Finance Corporation reports, there were 26 reported fintech acquisitions in Africa between June 2021 and July 2022, while 63% of tech funding in the continent in 2021 for $2.7 billion went to the fintech industry. As the hub of the African fintech industry, home to 5 of the 11 digital companies that have reached unicorn status, and the most attractive investment destination in Africa, Nigeria can witness significant growth in the fintech industries by further integrating tech into business activities. This will require domestication of the Startup Act and the implementation of reform measures to simplify regulations that will accelerate SMEs' integration in e-commerce, simplifying procedures for cross-border trade transactions, and enhancing access to finance for startups, amongst others. The African Development Bank strongly believes that a resilient, innovative, and diversified fintech sector is key to accelerating economic transformation in the continent. In the words of President Adesina, and I quote, "With the right investments in innovation and smart digital technology growth, the obstacles to achieving financial inclusion and greater economic opportunities for all will be overcome," unquote. That is why, ladies and gentlemen, the African Development Bank is supporting African countries to bridge the infrastructure and knowledge gaps, create conducive business environments to promote entrepreneurship and innovation in fintech industries, and upskill our youths to be prepared for the jobs of the future. Since 2012, the bank has invested about $2 billion in 40 innovation and ICT investment projects across the continent. Most significantly, this includes $170 million in financing for the investment in digital and creative enterprises project in Nigeria, better known as IDICE, whose major component will be to establish venture capital funds that will finance startups in the digital and creative industries. Other examples include the Euro 72 million loan for the Digital Tunisia 2020 National Strategic Plan, the Euro 124 million support for the Central Africa Terrestrial Fiber Optic Backbone Project covering Cameroon, Central African Republic, and Republic of Congo, the Euro 96 million financing for technology parks in Cabo Verde and Senegal, and the $25 million support for development of a regional payment system in the West African Monetary Zone. The Africa Digital Financial Inclusion Facility, ADFI, which is a partnership between the bank and others, namely the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Agence Française de Développement, the French and Luxembourg governments, the Women Entrepreneurs Finance Initiative, and more recently, the government of India, will support catalytic investments in digital infrastructure, policy and regulatory development, and the design of innovative solutions by private and public sector actors. Only recently in April this year, I had the honor to sign a grant agreement with Mr. Aina, president of the Africa Fintech Network, for $525,000 grant in support of the Africa Fintech Hub through the ADFI. Upon completion in 2025, it is envisaged that at least 70% of Africa Fintech Network members will actively use and benefit from this digital one-stop shop that provides an online platform for all things fintech in Africa. Also in 2016, we launched the Boost Africa program together with the European Investment Bank to support venture capital fund managers and entrepreneurs address obstacles faced by startups. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is recognized that the regulatory landscape for fintechs in Africa is evolving rapidly. In recent years, we have witnessed the establishment of regulatory sandboxes to encourage innovation in several countries, including Nigeria, Angola, Ghana, Kenya, Mauritius, Rwanda, and South Africa, among others. Working with Smart Africa, the bank is also supporting the institutional support for digital payments and e-commerce policies for cross-border trade. This will develop harmonized policies for e-payments and has the potential to drive growth of the African e-commerce market and expand intra-African trade, especially taking advantage of opportunities arising from the African Continental Free Trade Area. The African Development Bank is also investing in projects to help close the gender gap, strengthen consumer protection, and improve cyber resilience of financial institutions and actors, including fintechs. For instance, the Technical Assistance Project for the West Africa Monetary Agency seeks to mainstream gender in digital financial services regulatory frameworks in the ECOWAS region. Another example is the African Cyber Security Resource Center project, co-financed with the Luxembourg House of Cybersecurity, that will support the creation of shared cyber risk monitoring platform, boost cyber resilience of the continent's financial service providers, and support talent development to meet Africa's needs. We are also partnering with global technology businesses such as Microsoft, Google, MasterCard, and the Consultative Group to assist the poor to promote financial inclusion and accelerate digital transformation in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, while we celebrate progress in the fintech space, some challenges persist. The regulatory environment needs to keep abreast with technological advances while providing the space for innovation and disruption. Cybersecurity also remains a concern, and the digital divide, while shrinking, still exists. However, these challenges that could be harnessed through collaboration present opportunities that will enhance inclusivity. Strengthen partnership between banks and fintechs would also help drive harmonization of our ecosystem, combining legacy trust with new age agility. As we take fintech solutions to scale, there is a moral imperative to ensure that they cater to the needs of all stakeholders, from the bustling streets of Lagos to the remote villages in Borno. Fintech can and should bridge that gap, ensuring no one is left behind in this digital revolution. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is also crucial that we continue to build a strong talent pool and improve digital literacy. It is because by empowering people with knowledge, we are not just promoting fintech, but we are also paving the way for a brighter and more inclusive African future. The Nigeria Fintech Week, therefore, provides a robust platform for strengthening our partnerships to promote digital innovation in the fintech ecosystem, as well as build resilience for scalable and sustainable impacts. The African Development Bank is strongly committed to this partnership with a view to accelerate Nigeria and the African continent's transition into the digital future. Together, let's democratize the dividends from technological innovations. Let's add value and diversify the products coming from these industries. And let's co-create the fintech revolution. And together, let's make this happen. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, I'm not going to allow you go because I had a grant of $500,000. That sings a good tune to me. So I'll need you to stand up here. Just a moment. Fear not, sir. We are fintech professionals. We make sure we keep you at peace. Quickly, I would like to invite the president to please come up immediately, and as well as the COO and the members of the Governing Council and the Board of Trustees that are present here to please come up as well. We would like to have a picture, sir, so that we can have fintech evidence that we will be assessing grants as the rest of that can help us improve our stories here in Nigeria, obviously the hub of West Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, please quickly, we are going to be getting ready for the next section because of our time. I'll just quickly want to invite the president, the vice president, the COO, members of the Board of Trustees, and the members of the Governing Council that are present here for this group picture quickly so that we can capture this moment. African Development Bank is an institution on its own, and then we are glad to have them here giving us such a wonderful keynote presentation that has helped us to set up today's event. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, are we good? All right, please, at this time, I would like us to smile, the ADB smile, because that ADB smile has money to it. All right, are we good? 1, 2, 3. Just a moment, I think we have the ADB person wants to tap because we can use this as a digital evidence that we are discussing good business at FinTech and of course the Nigerian FinTech Week to show that we are taking the stories far beyond here in order for us to be able to drive economic prosperity for all As a matter of fact, the keynote presentation has actually mentioned the domestication of Startup Acts and, of course, simplify the procedures. Are we good? All right, just a moment so that. Okay, so I think that is all right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please put your hands together for them, as well as we say a big thank you to the president of the African Development Bank, ably represented here by his director general. That, as a matter of fact, has helped us to set the tone of this particular moment. This next session, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be one that is focused on the risk management and resilience strategies for building compliant organizations panel. As you will notice, I would like to ask every one of us to please, we can tap into the QR code for the event so that we can also have all of this moment and have access to the content. For you who are joining us virtually, we want to say a big thank you. If you want details of the event as much, you can go through the website. The website will give you all of that. And this is some of the eyesight in terms of focusing on sustainability. And so at this point, I want to quickly say a big thank you to Yeye Unwida, partner Jackson Etienne Adu. She's going to be joining us virtually. She will be moderating this panel session that is going to run for the next 50 minutes. To join her on this part of this session, we have in the house the head risk management and compliance at Express Payment Solutions Limited, Mr. Tajuddin Mustafa. Please to come join us. Please put your hands together for him. Express Payment Solutions Limited, a company that I have great respect for. Thank you very much, Mr. Tajuddin. Well, the next to join on this panel is Dr. Krish Ranganath, Regional Executive, West African Data Center. Please, can you put your hands together for Dr. Krish? It's good to see you. And then we will also have the person joining us on this particular panel will be Mr. Bolaho Atoyebi, head of FSI Sales, Main One. Main One, that is one name that has a lot of power to it. Bolaho, you're welcome. We're looking forward to the interaction. And then we have Mr. Precious David, associate of UUBO, also in the house. Please put your hands together for Precious. These are the individuals who are far more qualified than I am to deal with some of this whole issue. This is great. This is great. This is great. So, ladies and gentlemen, are we good with the microphone? Are we ready? Can we have Madam Yeye? Is she there?
Yes, right. I'm here.
It's good to see you, man. This is quite unusual. Nice. It's the first time for me to have my moderator joining us virtually while my panelists are here in person. But technology has made it easy. So that is going to be quite sound and clear. And so we have 50 minutes. So you and I are going to be working together to make sure that we meet up with the time.
Okay, I think you missed out one person. There's a Tajuddin Mustafa on the panel.
Is Tajuddin here? Okay, Tajuddin is hiding here. I guess maybe it's the camera. Tajuddin. Yeah. Please, you want to move to that seat because she needs to make sure that she's seeing you clearly.
Okay, great. I can see Tajuddin. Great.
Yes. All right. So over to you.
Great. Good morning. I hope everybody can hear me. I'm joining virtually this year because so my schedule has permitted me otherwise. Good morning, the Board of Trustees of the Fintech Nigeria, the governing board management, our regulators, and distinguished audience well seated. Today's discussion, as has already been introduced, we'll be discussing risk management and resilience strategies for building a compliant organization. As the last speaker had just mentioned, one of the issues with the fintech space is regulation, and so today we're discussing how can a company or fintech companies build strategies that will make them more compliant and attract the necessary funding. So my panelists have already been introduced and we'll be diving straight into the discussions for today. But I think to commence the discussions today is to throw light on key terms that have been mentioned in our topic. Which one? One is compliance and the second one being risk management. So first of all, my panelists will be discussing how do we situate compliance for fintech companies. It's important that we understand what a fintech company needs to do to be compliant and who are the major regulators of the fintech industry. So my first question will be going to Bolaho. In your experience working with Main One, what would you say is key for fintech companies to understand in terms of being compliant with the existing regulations in Nigeria?
Thank you very much. Great question. Everybody knows that compliance is very critical for the fintech industry. I mean, the fintech industry is a very huge, very big industry. It comprises of different ecosystems, payment gateways, insurance tech, reg tech, whatever tech you have in that space. And as a result, one thing we don't realize is that everybody thinks when you think fintech, it's only financial, but it goes beyond financial, right? So when in terms of compliance, for a lot of all these fintech companies, different compliance and regulatory parameters exist. You know, there's, for example, there's the CBN that regulates a certain aspect of the fintech space. There is SEC that also regulates a certain aspect of the fintech space. Even insurance tech, there's NICOM that needs to regulate a certain space within that sector. So when it comes to compliance and regulatory framework, we generally are looking for a framework that speaks to the entire fintech industry, which we don't really have today. We just have subsets of different regulatory institutions managing different subsets of the fintech space, right? So when it comes to compliance and as a fintech company, whatever subset space you work in or you are in, you need to also consider the regulatory compliance for that space. Even for CBN alone, I mean, there are roughly 16 guidelines for an average fintech company to just comply with, right? So, and even as a credit lender, you might think CBN is your regulatory body, but SEC is your regulatory body to some degree. If you're a data center service like us, Main One, we need to also consider NISTA because they will regulate cloud services and all that. So looking at it critically, when you look at compliance for the fintech space, you first need to understand what area are you dealing with as a fintech, then what compliance space is relevant to your subsector, and how can you now tackle it in that space? Thank you.
Great, Bolaho, for the insights. And I'll just be speaking to Dr. Radnata. I know that you have some international experience in terms of fintech and risk management. From your perspective, in terms of fintech and cross-border transactions, what do you think is key for us to note?
Thank you. You know, when we look at the fintech, as my colleague said, Bolaho said, you know, it's a wider perspective here. There is governance, you know, there is regulation, which is there in the books, but how many knows this or how many of them practices this in the real time? That matters a lot. And that is the gap when we look at into a broader scale. Because if you look at CBN or NIDA, of course, these are Nigerian-based approaches, correct? Of course, there are global companies. You know, if you look at all the fintechs, majority of the fintechs that we say, you know, there's a link to a global economy. Maybe the funding is coming from US or the promoter is from the US or the UK or other, you know, grown economies. So there are tight regulations in those parts of the world. Let's implement it and practice it locally so that the industry become more transparent. So this is one of the areas which we need to look at it, that is simply practicing the existing governance in the system. Thank you.
Okay, great. This question would not be fully discussed if we do not get some legal perspective. So I know Precious, from a legal point of view, what do you think, you know, situating compliance within the fintech company? Do you have any thoughts around that?
Okay, thank you for that question. I think the first consideration that fintech companies have to have is to understand the regulations and the regulators, because if you do not understand your regulators and regulations, then you can't even be compliant because you wouldn't know how to be compliant. Now, they're setting, as Bolaho had said, the fintech space, unlike other spaces where you have everything in a certain law or just one regulator, fintech is still growing, right? It's been around for a while, but it's still growing. So we have a lot of regulators from the CAC, which is the first regulator if you want to incorporate an entity, because If you want to own a company, you can't, you want to run a company in Nigeria, you can't run a company without incorporating the entity. You have the CBN, which is the major regulator for payments. You have the SEC for investments. You also have the FCCPC, who assists with competition and also now gives licenses for digital lending for those who are not within the purview of the CBN. You have NEDA, you have NCC. So you need to understand these regulations and the regulators. And one thing I always advise startups, even companies clients that we have is always speak to your lawyers, ask them, even if you do not understand what the problem is, you don't even know there's a problem, speak to a lawyer. There's something we say, law students always say, is a good lawyer knows where to find the law. I'll go further and say a good lawyer knows that there is a problem, even though he doesn't know the solution at that time, but he will know that there is a problem. So it's always best to run your plans by the lawyers, ask them what is going on, and doing that in a way you've shielded yourself. You're going to shield yourself. You're going to be compliant, and you won't have many issues with regulators rather than just going ahead and meeting the problems and trying to solve them while you go ahead. So yeah, that's
thank you, Precious. Thank you very much, Precious. And just to conclude on that topic, I think the main reasons why fintech companies should comply with regulations is, one, they have legal obligations too. Then you have your regulators, and Bola had mentioned there are over 16 regulations from the CBN only, which is just one of your regulators. Again, there are consumer protection issues which you need to be aware of as a fintech company, because every day you deal with consumers of various information, including data. Then again, to prevent financial crimes, you also need to check your compliance in that regard. Then also there are issues of trust and reputation. And once you're not compliant, once your organization is not compliant, then you have an issue with trust and reputation, and then you cannot access the funding that the African Development Bank just mentioned. Again, as I mentioned earlier on, also access to finance is also one of the crucial reasons why organizations should be compliant. So I'll just move on to my next question, which is for Mr. Tajuddin. So in terms of general risk management, how do we situate, what are the internal or external measures the company should be looking at in the fintech space to develop a broad strategy to managing the risk and the various compliance risks within the fintech ecosystem?
All right, thank you so much for that question. Looking at it, that risk management is a very critical aspect of any business, including fintech. And in order for us to situate the risk into our daily operations, first of all, we need to understand what are we doing, what are the risks, and understand the risk that you are facing. That is the first part of call. Then also, a different role that is being played by different stakeholders, such as board of directors and senior management, up to the staff. Their role and responsibility need to be documented in a policy that will serve as a guide for individuals in the company. That is one. After you've done that, you now need to identify what are the risks I'm into and rank them in accordance, like low, moderate, or high. If you are able to do that, then you move on to what are my control environment look like? What are the control I have in place? How effective are they? If you look at it very well, you will discover that there's some risk that is not properly mitigated with available controls. In that aspect, you now have to put up additional measures to tighten the control, not to lose guard. In that aspect, in putting up additional control, you need to consider what are the type of control I'm going to put in place. Because when you are trying to manage a risk of 10 million, that don't want to lose this 10 million, and you are using 100 million as a control, that is when you're now coming to, okay, is either you accept the risk or I transfer it, or that is the risk treatment. That will not come in. So after you might have done that, at least things will be in place, and then the people in the company will be able to follow, and everything will work fine. Thank you.
So just Mr. Tadi, if I understand you, you're saying that in summary, you're saying that the burden of risk management is on the senior management of the company.
No, capital, no. in my own belief, I always believe in three line of defense.
Mhm.
And then the first line of defense is basically the front line officers, which is in comparison of all the departments. That's the first point of call. Whenever I'm carrying out training, I always tell them that who is the risk manager? In my first call of that training, you are saying you are the one. No, I'm not the one. After the training ended, and I asked them again, who is the risk manager? They were all saying, yes, we are the risk manager. First line of defense is the major player in risk management, because if they fail to perform their role, their own duty, by the time it's getting to the second level line of defense, which is the compliance and risk management, it might be a reactive. But being proactive, you need to identify the risk right from the front line, the first line of defense, deal with it before it moves to the second line of defense.
And thank you, Mr. Tajudeen. I would like to get some contributions on that topic from Mr. Bolaho. What do you think are, internal measures that, in addition to what Tajudeen has said, that companies can put in place to ensure that they are compliant?
Thanks, and thank you, Mr. Tajudeen. Just piggybacking off what he said, but I'm just going to look at it from slightly a different perspective, right? First, you need to understand what type of risk you have. Generally, for fintechs, one of the major risks that everybody here will probably know we've touched on is regulatory risk, regulatory and compliance risk. Those risks exist. As a matter of fact, that's the fundamental risk that any business or any fintech needs to take into consideration, because regulation or controls can literally sink your company in one day. So when you're looking at risk, just breaking it down, regulatory risk, and as the chief risk officer or the CFO or whoever it is managing that company, you need to understand regulation is key to your business. So when you're looking at or starting a fintech or running a fintech, compliance regulatory risk is very key. Now you're moving to maybe another level, which is, I would say, business or operational risk. This now moves into the realm of your technology. What technologies are you deploying? How are you managing your technology risk, really? Are you using old or archaic architecture or infrastructure? Do you have services in the cloud, data center services? What kind of risk does that bode for you? Cybersecurity risk, what are you considering in terms of that? Do you go to, as a fintech, do you have a SOC 2? Are you PCI certified? Do you have ISO certification? Those are the kind of things you consider in terms of technology risk and business operational risk. So those are some of the things you can look at. And if I want to go further, I could also touch on maybe business risk. We heard the funding by the bank. Most fintechs here, we also heard that there was a decline in FDI. That's a risk. Imagine I'm a venture capital company. I invest so much in you, and your business is, business direction changes and the funding stops. So as a fintech owner, you need to also evaluate your business risk, your liquidity risk. So all this risk you look at when you're running a fintech company is very important as you go, as you move, as you manage your business. So from when you're managing it, both from the internal and the external perspective, like he mentioned, some of these sectors are within your control. Some of them are not within your control. So you need to really assess it and access it and look at it critically as long as you're in the fintech space.
Thank you, Bolaho. I will just on the back of that, let's go into the main topic. Because we've understood what compliance is within the fintech space and what risk that the fintech company should be looking at. I think the next thing we should be talking about now is what are those strategies we need to put in place? Who are those accountable for this for the building a resilient organization in the fintech space? And again, what do we need to do I'll just commence the discussions around that topic. For me, I think one of the key things a fintech company should be looking at in terms of building a resilient organization is the culture. The culture within the fintech organization must be one that promotes compliance and proper risk management. And who manages this change, as in who is who bears the burden of ensuring that there's this culture within the organization? I think it's the senior management, the board and the senior management have that responsibility. What I see within fintech organizations in my practice experiences is, look, they will just push that burden to the compliance team. Oh, the compliance team, you're the one that monitors it. Oh, you should take responsibility for building the culture within the organization. But as the saying goes, the tone is from the top. So I believe in formulating fintech strategies to building a resilient organization. We, the persons that lead these organizations must have build that culture within the organization. The second thing for me would be to cascade that information, because one thing is building the culture, and the second thing is having your middle management and your junior level management also buy into that culture. Asymmetry of information is the worst thing in an organization that brings conflict of interest. So another strategy for me would be, yes, build a culture, and to have a culture of communication within your organization. So that culture at the top is cascaded down to the whole organization, and that would foster more compliance within the organization. Having said that, I'll be asking Precious for more insights as to what companies can do to ensure that they build that resilient culture, in addition to having a culture within the organization that fosters compliance and risk management.
Thank you very much. I agree with what you said. I'll just add a bit to it. Training. I think training is very important. As Tajin had said, everyone is responsible. It's just like cybersecurity. You can say the IT department will secure the firm, but even the associate or trainee or intern, any leak from their end could mean trouble for the company. So it's the same thing with legal. Everybody needs to understand what they have to do. Everybody needs to understand what responsibilities do they have, what are they supposed to do. Yes, the senior management might have more responsibility, but everyone in the company, because at certain times, a person who represents the company, any action they take, the company will bear liability for that. So training is very important. Also, this is a low-hanging fruit, but I noticed that some startups, companies don't go for it. You have to have internal legal counsel, because it's very important. You can't run a business where you want investment, you want to get to, as Bola said, you want to get investment without having internal legal counsel to make sure that everything you're doing, they've already looked into it to be sure that everything is fine. Not that when you have investors, you start running around for this or that. You also have external legal counsel as well, that you run your ideas through as well. So these are the two major things for me: training and having counsel in-house and also counsel outside. Other things that you can also do to ensure that the company is compliant. You can have audits, regular audits, let people know. And when these audits are conducted, any gaps, let people that are responsible for those gaps know that these things, there are liabilities that the company could face for these gaps. So you wouldn't want to have these gaps in the company. So these are the things I would add to the points you had already raised.
Okay, Tajuddin, any additions?
Yes, I do. Thank you so much. In addition to that, it is essential that we foster the culture, the fintech culture, the company culture, the values, together with the purpose of why their license is issued. So the purpose of which it is issued has a lot of underneath requirements that need to implement for you to retain your license. So if the company is able to combine their culture, foster their culture with that purpose, it goes a long way. Another thing is policy. Policy needs to be reviewed and updated regularly, and then to be in line with what is happening in the industry as being decided by the regulators. I remember when the CBN reviewed the AMS-CFT to include the CPF also, we are forced to also review ours too, to include the CPF, which was not part of the policy. So policies need to be updated and it be communicated to all staff in order for them to form part of their daily activities to sustain resiliency.
Thank you. Tajuddin. Dr. Krish, do you have any additions to this strategies for building a resilience and compliance organization?
Risk is always taken as a very difficult subject in all the organizations, correct? But at the same time, we say that it starts from the CEO. Of course, I agree it starts from the CEO, and that culture need to be communicated down till your gate man. That is what it is to be, because that risk need to be practiced. And again, if you look at the current scenarios globally, everything is a risk. Even if you're stepping out of your house, that is a risk. We are managing it, correct? Of course, Forex is a risk. There is a countermeasures we are taking on our personal lives on a day-to-day basis. But on a professional life, we need this to be practiced properly. That's what I take. And number two is that, from the governance and compliances part, we have so many certifications, maybe like ISO 27001, PCI DSS, and it goes on and goes on, correct? These certifications has its own framework that need to be practiced in real time in the organization so that we can mitigate these issues what we have in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Raj. So if we just summarize, we have said, one, the organization has to build a culture from the top and cascade it to the bottom to get buy-in. We've also talked about the fact that continuous training and education on the reason for obtaining the license for the organization is key. We've also talked about having a compliance team as also legal support for an organization to ensure that you're compliant. And as Dr. Raj had just added, the certifications have all their own regulations to comply with, and we should ensure that we are compliant with these certifications and what and the regulations there too. So having stated that, I think one thing to focus on is innovation in the fintech space and how risk management ties into that. The theme for this week is innovation, resilience, and diversification. So it would be good to talk around how do we situate in the ever-changing world of consumer needs and requests. How does a fintech company, continue to innovate whilst managing risk? I would go straight to ask that question to Bola, or then I'll get a few words from Mr. Tajuddin and Dr. Raj from a cross-border perspective.
Yeah, thanks. How do fintech companies innovate in the face of risk? Somebody once said to me, differentiate or die. You have to constantly evolve as a business, especially when you start out. Most fintechs here today, in order for them to scale fast and scale quickly, they had to innovate. Part of even just getting the right funding, to be successful, they had to have scalability. And in order to solve certain problems, which they encountered along the way, which a lot of fintechs do, innovation is very, very key, right? But one also needs to understand that when you look at the entire framework of compliance and regulation, even the regulatory bodies are innovating, right? The laws are not sacrosanct. I mean, I think it was the Data Protection Act that just came out this year, June 2023. That's an innovation because they took learnings from the previous NDPR or the previous data laws, and they constantly started to innovate to see how to get it better. What companies need to understand is, as long as you are starting or you are doing any business, there will be regulation. As long as that business has a sector, somebody wants to regulate it. And as long as you innovate, you will probably be doing something that either nobody has done before or something that when a lot of people do it in the critical mass, regulation needs to take place. So innovation is the bread and butter of fintech companies. That's what they do. The idea of fintech companies is actually innovation, right? And I mean, companies like ours, main one, we try to support those ideologies of fintech companies, try to make them nimble. I mean, try to shoulder some of the technology risks on their behalf by having infrastructures that they can rely on while they innovate. So by the time they're paying attention to regulatory risk to affect innovation. Technology innovation, we can help support on that front. So, like I said, regulation itself is being innovated every year. Fintechs innovate. So it's just a game that, that keeps going back and forth. And everybody just needs to be at the forefront of the knowledge gap, the skill gap, everything to tackle those things, because that's the only way we can get better. Thanks.
Okay, great. Tajidin and Dr. Raj, do you have any additions to this discussion? Dr. Raj, yes. Dr. Raj.
You're changing my name anyway. It's fine. I think that
I'm
is the
learning
biggest
to
risk.
pronounce it.
No, I think that is the biggest risk for me if the immigration people sees me. Okay. So anyway, I don't know how many of us remember the old banking days, where we have a manual passbook and a manual ledger, correct? So we go and stand in queues to withdraw cash. Now everything has changed. Okay, you can do everything on your mobile. As long as there's a connectivity, you can do everything, correct? So what it made possible? Innovation. But at the same time, these innovations coming up need to be looked at very properly, because it can be used for a good thing as well as for a bad thing. Okay, that is where the risk comes in place. That risk management need to be played very well along with the innovations coming up. Okay, earlier, even recent times, okay, fintechs came in. Okay, fintech is operational within Nigeria. We are now talking about cross-border, correct? So more advanced technologies are coming in place. Is that coming in for free? No, there is a huge risk involved in that, correct? So that need to be mitigated, and that need to be understood very clearly from the basics. So, still the risk management plays a major role. But, on the innovation side, without innovation, no industry thrives. That is what it is all about. As Balam said, main one, they handled the new innovative solutions and offerings. Same way, even on the ADC side, there is an innovation hub where we try to handle all the, the upcoming new developments and, the new people, so that, we can have homegrown technologies coming into Africa rather than we, try to get it from outside. So, eventually, that technology coming into Africa, or we do it internally, can control lot of aspects of the risk. That's what I feel. Thank you.
Thank you, Tajidin.
Thank you so much. In addition to that, innovation is basically what makes us to be fintech. It is that innovation that moved us from the traditional way of banking all the days, that you go to bank in the morning, that you want to deposit money and come back in the evening because of a long queue. But the innovation that has come in place, thank God to the birth of fintech, that is what makes us to be fintech. So in that aspect, in innovation, in trying to innovate, bring new ideas, there are two things we need to consider. First of all, what is the regulator saying about this innovation I want to introduce? What we normally do is to comb all this framework and see whichever one that speaks to this innovation we are trying to introduce. Then what are the risks we are exposed to? We look at the risks involved. What are the possible controls that we can put in place to ensure that this innovation we are trying to do, we are not trying to expose ourselves to those guys out there. So in innovation, we need to consider what are the regulators saying to this innovation, and then what are the risks, then what are the control we have in place to mitigate them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tajidin. That's well said. Well said. And as Bola spoke, something came to me. You said changing regulations, and how do fintech companies keep abreast with the ever-changing landscape? Because as you innovate, there must be regulations that that would come out or catch up with that innovation or already existing. So I know one of the key issues in my practice experience, having worked for 17 years in this space, one thing I've noticed is my clients do not know how to respond to regulatory change. So I think one of the big issues we need to talk about today is regulatory change management, and how do companies, what do they need to do to ensure that they are catching up with the new changes in regulations, or as they bring out new innovations, how do they ensure that they are always compliance with regulations? And I will just throw some light in that space, because that's one area which I like to guide clients around. So I think for me, the first step will be to first identify, as Mr. Kachin has spoken about, identify the regulations, or that new regulation that has come out. And two is to communicate. And communication is in two ways. First of all, you communicate to, of course, your senior management and get management buy-in as to how the company is going to work around this new regulation. And three, you cascade that information down to of course, your middle management, as Dr. Krish had put it, even to your security personnel at the gate, so they understand what the regulation is about and how they play a role in that. And that thing, I think, is in terms of implementation. How do you implement? Of course, as Tajudeen had mentioned earlier, you have to change you look at your policies. Do you need to change any of your policies to fall in line with the new regulation or law that has just been passed? And the last thing you need to do is ongoing compliance. And ongoing compliance that Precious has also added, you need to always train, you need to check, you need to train and always check that you're always in compliance with the law. A good thing that I always advise my clients to do is to have a compliance grid. So when a new law comes out, have a compliance grid that gives you all the indices that to say, is it what do we need to do, and what are the trigger points as to what we need to do to remain compliant. And I think that's one of the strategies to always remain compliant, and also check your risk management as well. Having stated that, I would now invite Precious. I don't know if you have any additions to what I have just said in terms of managing compliance change management for fintech companies.
Thank you. I agree with what you said. People need to have a compliance team that knows how to work with changes. But one thing I would like to add to what you've said is I love being proactive. I believe it's best to solve a problem before it becomes a problem. So it's better to be proactive and how can you be proactive? One good thing one of the good things our regulators do is, I know the CBN and the SEC, most times before they release a guideline or any regulation, they first of all release an exposure draft. And when the exposure draft is released, in practice, my firm, what we do is we send this exposure draft to the clients and explain it. We water it down and explain it to them and say, this exposure draft will affect your business. Are there any comments you have? Is there anything you want to let the regulators know? Would you want us to let them know these things so that they can put it? Because why they release that draft is to get comments that they can put in because if the people you're regulating, the regulation doesn't really work well for them, then what's the point? So they release those things, and which is why I said it's always great to have in-house and external counsel, because when you have this, as I said, we do this to our clients, we just immediately something comes out within a day, or we max 2 days, depending on how big the regulation is, we water it down, send it to them, say, see, these are the things in this that affects your business. What comments would you like us to send? Are you fine with it? Stuff like that. So it's very important to be proactive. Also, once these exposure drafts or the guidelines are even released, as said, you have to train people to understand. You have to have people in the team that can easily adapt to these changes. So that's what I would add to what you've said. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Molha. So I think the session would not be complete if we do not talk about data protection, anti-money laundering, and cybersecurity, and how fintech organizations can build a strategy around managing this very, very key components of their business. And on that point, I'll be inviting Dr. Ragnat to speak about that. Thank you.
When we look at complaints like AML or other issues, maybe it includes cybersecurity, and it goes on, and it comes mainly on the cross-border transactions, correct? So what we need to look at is the regulations on the other part. What are the regulations? Do we even understand those regulations? First of all, okay, we understand the Nigerian part. Okay, now if you are sending some funds, for example, maybe Cameroon, do we know the French laws, how they act on receiving the funds or even sending out the funds? So these are the basics which we all need to understand in that aspect. And along with that, I can say that, we in Africa, it's a bit complex because we have an Anglophone Africans, then there's a Francophone Africans, culture is different, language is different. So, that creates a bit of barrier though, but with the technology advancement, it is getting minimized, but those need to be focused a bit more to minimize some of those damages, what is coming to an industry or to a company. But if, for example, if it is affecting a company,
I think there's a problem with the mic.
If it is affecting an issue is affecting a Nigerian company, it doesn't affect the company alone. It affects we as a nation, number one, and again, as a continent is getting affected, and we all know the effect of this, while we travel abroad. If you hold a green passport at the immigration, we really struggle in many places, correct? So these are the real-time impacts we face because of, I can't say it's a non-governance, maybe it's an overlook of some of these aspects. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ragnat. Sorry, I'm pronouncing it wrongly. I had practiced it a lot of times before this event, I can assure you. Okay, I'll just also throw that question to Tajuddin as well. What do you, in terms of data protection, anti-money laundering, what strategy do you think that companies can put in place to ensure that they build, they are compliant and as well, because there are a lot of risks with, in relation to data protection, anti-money laundering, and cybersecurity. What do you think companies should be doing to ensure that they are ahead of the curve?
All right, thank you so much. And the data protection and then AML you're talking about, is a very critical regulation we need to we need to agree to and then to comply with in all fintechs. One, the first thing I would advise fintech to do is to build it into their processes, build AML and NDPR requirement into their processes. Okay, you are not expected to disclose this, you're not expected to disclose that as the customer information, you're not expected to make use of customer without their knowledge. All these things will be into the system, to the processes of that fintech. If that is done, there will not be that I'm just complying, but is in the system. Likewise, AML, that too, you need to, by serious awareness to all the staff, the consequences of not complying with the AML regulation, and then if the staff were made to know the consequences, and then the reason for insisting on a particular requirement, that it is not by me, but by the regulatory, they will actually sit up and comply with whatever you ask them to do. And by doing that, it becomes part and parcel of the company. Like my own company now, AML, we have training every day, once every year. And then in case there's another additional update from CBN, from the regulators, we need to call for another one. So that means that we can have it as many times as possible. Then whenever I discover that there are lapses, it shows that maybe the training is fading away, we have to call for another training again. And then in that aspect, we now set up, after the training, we ask them to write exam. Write an exam, to them when you are as you are listening, there will be an exam and it goes to your file. They will sit up, understand it more, and then imbibe into their own culture of doing things on daily basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Tajudeen. I think that's very insightful. Training and retraining, building the data protection, anti-money laundering, and cybersecurity into your processes, and ensure you train and retrain staff to ensure that they are all on the same page is very key. I don't know if you have any thoughts about them doing a data audit. You know, I think there is a requirement of every company now that consumes or uses big data and a lot of data to have a data audit. I don't know what your thoughts are, Bolaho, on companies and why they should have a data audit.
I mean, data. Okay. I mean, like Mr. Tajudeen said, I mean, the Data Protection Act is there, and it speaks a lot to what you do with data, right? And one of the things we get complacent with is our access to data. As fintechs, you know, we do a lot of KYC registration. We do know your customer, even know your business. There's a lot of data out there. There's a lot of, I mean, unstructured, structured data out there. But one of the things we don't really do or pay attention to is by the time we use that data, what happens next? A lot of the organizations forget about it. Even just data mining for clients, for customers, acquisitions by fintechs, and you get their details, you get all that. After 6 months, what do you do with that data? I think some of the regulations suggest that, and my colleague can correct me here, there's a time span which you can hang on to people's data or people's records if they are not doing any transaction with you. If that time or that record expires, you need to expunge that data from your database. You know, but we locally, we're all about gathering that data. We want to have a pool of resources that can span maybe months, weeks, years to just continue to increase our customer base. But we don't know that some of this data, by the fact that we have it beyond a certain period, it's already against compliance, right? It's a breach. So those are the things that we need to consider when we are looking at data management and data protection. And that's why the law, I mean, the recent law, everybody needs to read it. Because even from the business perspective, you know what the expectations are from you. And even from the customer, the consumer perspective, you know the kind of data you want to give out there. You know the kind of data that a company you go to wants to access, and you tell them, no, you shouldn't be asking me for this data. You're not using, why are you using this data, right? I mean, you go to some places now, they ask you, maybe some buildings, some companies, your fingerprint. I mean, globally in certain places, and I'm sure you know, your biometrics is your life. You can't just give it away, you know? So those are things that we need to pay attention to when we look at the Data Protection Act, the data laws, and how it impacts you as a company and how it impacts and what you do with that data, because like ultimately it comes to compliance. And if you misuse that data, somebody can sue you, your company can go down. So that's really one thing you have to pay attention to, really. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Wala. That was very insightful. I think we should wrap up the session now. I think what we should do next is ask final words from each, just 1 minute from 1 second from each panelist as to your thoughts as to what companies should do to build a resilience and compliance organization. Then we go to Q&A really quickly. I think we're way past 40 minutes. We'll start from the doctor. Just 1 second.
If just practice, understand and practice, that's the only way we can get this culture into our blood. Nothing beyond that.
Right. Bolahan?
Just to understand that compliance and risk in any business is a make or break for your business to be successful or for you to fail. Really, if you don't have those two within your business, or you don't have the systems or the partners to support you in that space, whatever success you think you have as a company or a business, it's only a ticking time bomb. So risk, compliance, governance, very, very important in order for you to succeed.
Precious?
Yeah, for me, training, as I said, having good counsel, because all your compliance is at the heart of your business. And if you're not compliant, you could lose your license. And if you do not have a license, you do not even have a business. So it's essential that you keep to these terms and traits that we've all mentioned on the stage. Thank you.
And Tajuddin?
Thank you so much. For me, I would say that it is essential that we incorporate compliance and risk into our day-to-day activities and ensure that the implementation of effective implementation of a day line of defense, which is very critical in risk management. Thank you so much.
And for me, to be basically building a compliance and risk management culture within your organization. On this note, we can take a few questions from the audience. I think we'll just take one or two questions.
Yeah, one there. I think we've basically been crushed with time.
Okay.
Or by time, pardon me. So it's a good thing you actually preempt me by giving each one of them one minute each to actually conclude their thoughts. And the way the audience or the delegates here are nodding their head is like everything that you guys have discussed has gone into the system. And then they're obviously going to embrace a culture of resilience. So I imagine if there are going to be any questions, we perhaps might have to, so I'm going to, we have two questions. I'm going to just take two questions quickly. Your name and straight to the question, your name, organization, and straight to the question. Please, 30 seconds.
Yeah, Patrick Conte, African Fintech Network. It's not so much a question, it's to complement what has been said. Two things, especially for fintechs that are struggling, to do things and do things properly. Benchmarking and peer learning. Very, very important. Benchmarking at country level. Which are the best firms that are doing what? You need to benchmark and learn from them.
All right.
Benchmark across jurisdictions as well. Which countries are doing well in doing what? So benchmarking and peer learning are good ways to ensure regulatory compliance for fintechs.
Thank you very much. The
Thank
next
you.
comment or question. Benchmarking.
Thank you very much. My name is Mubarak.
Sorry, what's your name?
Mubarak, and I'm a data engineer. I work for Blue Chip Technologies. So my question is, a lot of things has been discussed around risk and risk framework. So I want the panelists to also discuss on how fintech can implement risk framework that will, make them do better and make them become successful.
All right, thank you. You heard that question. I think you guys touched on them in your conversation. So we might just have to tell the gentleman to make sure he buys the tape. All right. So
okay, I can just quickly run through that. I think I have some points here. One is to build the culture of compliance and risk management within your organization. Two is to ensure that you always you're training and retraining your staff to understand what it is. And three is to make sure that your policies are constantly aligning with the regulatory development. And four is to build it into build the whole compliance into your day-to-day life within your organization. That is one way to stay ahead of the curve and ensure that your risk management and your compliance is up to speed. I think those are just a quick summary of the conversations from the panel. And on that note, I'd like to thank my panelists for a fruitful conversation. And please, if you have any questions, you can send them to the organizer of the event, and they can reach out to me or other panelists to answer your questions. And have a great day, everybody. And thanks for having me and my panelists.
Thank you so very much. As a matter of fact, you are more like a president who is coordinating a country of men. Female president in charge of the men, and the men. Precious is actually in agreement, shaking his head. He's quite compliant. Quickly, let me invite the president and the COO to please come up quickly for us to have a group picture with the panelists. The president, Mr. Day, please come up, and Dr. Babatunde, please come up. Gentlemen, I think we want to say a big thank you. Can you put your hands together for this wonderful men? They look like men who are risk compliant. Obviously, they have been sharing those details from their own experiences. After this moment, ladies and gentlemen, quickly, I want to announce again that make sure you have registered to get your access for the raffle draws. We're having 2 raffle draws every day for the next 2 days. Today, we have the airline raffle draw as well as the mobile phones raffle draw. Make sure you take an advantage of that. And please, the Wi-Fi for this particular event, in case you want to have that access, is Nigerian FinTech Week. And the password is @ecosystem. Echo E capital, and then the rest of the alphabet in small letters. All right, great, great. So make sure you do that. Wi-Fi or Wi-Fi, whichever the way you know. It's Nigerian FinTech Week. The password for the Wi-Fi is @ecosystem. The E is in capital. And make sure you use the hashtag Nigerian FinTech Week, as well as hashtag NFW 2023 and hashtag NFW23. We have our QR code, and of course, explore the website to have details of our different speakers, their bio, and also the list of our sponsors there. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, the world's greatest country is no other country than the United States of America. And this is one of the things we're so excited, because we know the US works along with every other country, especially in Africa, to see how we can drive economic prosperity. And joining us, ladies and gentlemen, is the US Consul General, His Excellency, Will Stevens. Please, can you put your hands together for him? No, Will, you're not coming up now. We'll wait for American's turn. This is now Nigeria's turn. Thank you very much. I just have to do the recognition. I mean, the last time I saw you was sometime at I was at where we had the dinner or something at the consul or at the club. It was great to see you. So we're looking forward to what America has for us. We understand African Development Bank has a lot in terms of access to finance, grants, and the rest of all of that. Partnership and collaboration, obviously, will help drive that particular campaign. So at this point, we want to quickly have a keynote presentation by Huawei. Huawei is one of the companies that is sponsoring this particular conference, and we are proud to announce that they're the ones on the writing the mobile phones. And then what's smarter fintech, that keynote presentation is going to be done by Mr. David Olaya, the Business Development Manager of Huawei Cloud Nigeria. Please, can you put your hands together for him? David, is that you? Okay. All right. You can come up still. So quickly, ladies and gentlemen, after that, we will have some other goodwill addresses before we move into the next item on our agenda. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Very good afternoon to you. Sorry, it's still morning, apparently. I'm more than honored to bring to you this keynote on behalf of Huawei. Sorry, can I get it? Yeah, so over the past few decades, I mean, we've pretty much been hearing words like disruption, embedded finance, financial inclusion, digitization, B2B, B2C, and the rest of them. And there was a traditional way which bankers or banking institutions used to bank customers, whereby you have to stay on long queues, clear checks, and the rest of them. But I mean, there's been like an emerging market over the past few years that says that there's some set of guys that's come to cause some sort of disruption within this ecosystem. You see people shuffling between the payments, collections, remittances, agency banking, digitization, AML, AFC policies, verifications, and the rest of them. So these are the fintech space. So narrowing it down to a very broader context. Hold on, does it work? Yeah, so Huawei Cloud being like a core center of infrastructure service provider, basically. So what we do basically is that we support all of these emerging markets and emerging fintechs. We provide cloud-based, cloud-native solutions to help you scale agility. So we are going to highlight a few challenges of a financial or fintech industry in Nigeria, talking about high performance, high availability, the resources, and in terms of cost. We understand that as fintechs, you want to try as much as possible to thin out your infrastructure cost as slim as possible. So we as Huawei Cloud, we are able to support you in the regard to help you reach your customer, your speed to market, and the rest of them within the shortest possible time. Yeah. So we'll go through. I don't know, it's pretty slow. Do you want to try? Yeah. So while they're still trying to run through the slides, you can just catch up with me. So I will run you through what the storage and infrastructure journey has always looked like before now. Traditional banks, by virtue of regulations, have been mandated to always store their data on-prem. I mean, having physical servers and racks within your physical location. But as Huawei Cloud, we're able to introduce a cloud technology whereby you can host your virtual machines, host bare metal servers to further aid scalability and agility, especially for mobile apps. So the next technology is the cloud native technology, which basically means born for cloud. What does cloud native technology mean? Cloud native technology means whereby you have institutions that can deploy using microservices to aid availability and also scalability without having any single point of failure. That is what microservice deployment means. Yeah, so over here on the slides, we've had digital branch. That is more like a use case of OPay and PalmPay, whereby we have neobanks and digital banks trying to also reduce the speed of having to get access to a conventional bank account. We have the a replica of what the e-Naira is today in Nigeria. That's courtesy of the People's Bank of China. And these days, we've also had fintechs adopting the cloud or multi-cloud deployment strategy, whereby you can host your workload across several clouds to aid easy access and also to reduce downtime to access of your data. And also we have fraud detection tools, AML tools, and the rest of them. Check the response on this. I need this. Oh, yeah, this is what I was basically trying to talk about, the infrastructure evolution cloud native journey. Right here, you can see that traditional banks, by virtue of regulation, CBN has to store their data on-prem, thereby having physical racks and servers within their environment. But moving on to cloud helps you to access data faster, remote access. And then there's a cloud native technology that says that you can deploy faster using microservices, AI, and IoTs. And with Huawei, regardless of what deployment strategy in terms of storage or infra that you have, we're able to support you across all of its journeys. This is a reference, most practice in FSI cloud. So I'm just going to narrow it down to the African and Nigerian context. We have First Bank and FCMB. You might be wondering, what does these traditional banks that are being governed by CBN by virtue of regulation to always have to store their data on-prem, what are they doing with cloud? So we've been able to deploy a product for all of these institutions that says that by virtue of regulation, CBN mandates that you store your CCTV footage across a period of 5 years. But before now, all of these footages has been stored on-prem. That means you always have to change racks by the time you elapse that 5-year period. But we, as Huawei Cloud, we're able to deploy a solution that says that you don't necessarily have to trash all of those racks and what have you. You just save to cloud, archive them, and play back whenever it is you need to access all of those data based on the retention policy created by your government, by your organization, I mean. And we have, and of course, we are #1 FSI cloud choice in China, #3 infrastructure service provider, and we've been able to service about 500 million plus users across the world. So we move to cloud native. We move to Huawei Cloud, offering everything as a service. So what Huawei Cloud currently offers you or would guarantee you is #1, high performance, faster access, and smooth migration. So we basically provide both infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, as well as a bit of software as a service as well. So all of this embedded together would guarantee some sort of high performance using computing network and storage as an advantage to us, as well as faster access, because latency is very, very key to business. How fast are you able to access all of these data? I mean, one of our biggest strategies that we guarantee the shortest latency in the market of about 85 milliseconds that says that wherever it is you are, whatever region it is you're deployed, you're able to access your data online, real time, as at when needed. That is what guarantees high availability with Huawei Cloud. And also, we understand that before now, you have workloads as an institution deployed on different clouds or prior clouds. And in the event of you having to move across clouds, we guarantee some sort of smooth migration. We have a wide array of migration tools, which I'm going to show you like in the course of a slide, that says that you can replicate data, you can back up your data across clouds and still access them online and real time. So whether it is, depending on whatever it is your architecture is, whether it is Kubernetes you're running, Docker system, or container workload, we are able to fully support the end-to-end process of your infrastructure journey as a customer. Yeah, so DC here means data center. So what it says is that for every region that we have our data center deployed, we have at least 3 availability zones. So what this means that you can easily run your servers, you can run your compute, you can run your network effectively on our cloud infrastructure. And our cloud infrastructure currently supports 3 microchips. All of these microchips are listed here. We support Intel, we support NVIDIA, we support Kupeng and Ascend, which are actually quite native to Huawei Cloud. So by the time you're moving across clouds, you're not experiencing something totally different from what you were used to. The only thing you're enjoying is optimized cost and optimized performance, as well as high availability, having to deploy on Huawei Cloud. Yeah, so this further references what I was trying to say about having to deploy across 3 AZs. AZs here means availability zone. We have a data center in South Africa and 3 availability zones in South Africa. Latency basically means the time it takes for you to access your data. And in the market today, we guarantee average latency of about 85 milliseconds having deployed in the African region. That's our data center in South Africa. And if you prefer to actually deploy in our island or European region, that is when we guarantee you 130 milliseconds. And all of these stats are actually proven fact. You can do a ping test to actually guarantee all of these figures that are being recorded here. And narrowing it down to the Nigerian region, Q1 2024, I'm happy to announce to you that we have our plans to actually host our data center in Nigeria to further guarantee or support data sovereignty as advised by the Central Bank of Nigeria. So everybody knows the story of OPay. OPay came into the picture when the cash crunch was on the high side, and what they were able to do was that take advantage of a major downtime in the banking sector because everybody needed access to cash at that particular point in time. But OPay was able to scale 7 times without a very strong infrastructure provider. I don't think OPay would have been able to scale effectively and efficiently, doing as much as 40 million transactions per day and 26 million on their app download. Huawei Cloud was able to support OPay by guaranteeing them high scalability, cost effectiveness, global cooperation, as well as a dedicated VIP support, because we understand the sensitivity of their business. Customers need access to their funds part time. Huawei Cloud, as an infrastructure provider, was able to support OPay end-to-end process. Even as of till date, we still support OPay, and you can also bear witness to the fact that 7 out of 10 users today, or random people you get to meet on the way, has an OPay account because they want easy and smooth service. Yeah, so this basically talks about multi-cloud infrastructure, whereby, for reference, this is AWS and Huawei Cloud. We have fintechs deploying workloads across different clouds, whether it is Kubernetes, container services, or Docker that you run. we're able to support it by guaranteeing high availability and also spreading your workload and increasing efficiency across your cloud. This basically talks about a template for migration whereby we do information gathering, planning and designing based on your current architecture and see how we best fit on our cloud architecture, migration implementation and acceptance. We have a policy that no work, no pay. In the sense that what I mean by that is if you're deploying from other cloud regions to our region and he doesn't work on our cloud, you necessarily don't need to pay for what doesn't work because we want to further aid your business and make sure that you serve your customers effectively and efficiently. Okay, these are a few migration tools that we use, RDS, server migration, data replication service, CDMs, and the rest of them. Yeah, security around cloud is a shared responsibility, and we understand that as a cloud provider, we should guarantee 100% of your data security and what have you. And in conclusion, I think I'm rounding off right now. We are governed by the local data laws in Nigeria and across all regions that we operate. In Nigeria, we have a PCI DSS certificate, PCI 3DS, NDPR, and every necessary certificate that is necessary for us to obtain to run in whatever region that we run. So in conclusion, basically, at Huawei Cloud, we are able to support you to give you 1 month free migration if you decide to move to our cloud, to make sure that your workloads are running effectively as it were on your previous work on your cloud environment. And we're able to ensure a smooth migration as well as customer or business policy journey. Thank you.
All right, let's put our hands together for Mr. David. Huawei, thank you so much. The presentation actually sets one of those tempos in terms of cloud technology. Quickly, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite to give a goodwill message, the Deputy Governor on Financial System Stability of the CBN, Mr. Philip Ikeazo, ably represented here by his Director, Payment System Department, in the person of Mr. Musa Jimo, as it comes up. Please put your hands together for him. And afterwards, we will have the goodwill message from the U.S. Consul General, and then we will go into the next item of the program. Thank you so very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to say good morning to everyone. The previous session that I held here, the conversation was very, very interesting. And I think I'm going to just take over from them. Everything that was discussed was on compliance. And I said, this guy actually speaking for me. So I guess if I had an opportunity, I would just employ all of them to come and work with us in Central Bank. But I need to say something. It's not easy to work in CBN though. So if you are clapping, you better be sure. But I need to say something. You know, the choice of the team for this event, I don't know, I'm not sure that Bajomo contacted anybody from CBN, because it was like this entire week is choosing to discuss things that are very dear to our hearts. And so that's why the DG Financial System Stability has asked that a CBN, in fact, a team of CBN representatives should actually be here, you know, to grace this occasion and share his goodwill message to you. So thank you very much. I would like to appreciate the Nigerian Fintech Association for inviting us to this event to share our perspectives in terms of, you know, what we feel about the fintech, what we feel about the entire ecosystem, and what the path that, you know, a central bank or any regulator will actually, you know, take into this conversation. Now, while I was sitting there, I was having a conversation with Ayo, and I said, there's a problem with the new guys. Sometimes I always like to call them the new guys. And in any case, if I didn't know that this was going to be the setup, I would have removed my tie, because obviously it was like, I'm the only person here. I also want to look like fintech. So I said, there is this thing about fintech, the speed with which they rush to innovative ideas. Sometimes it's an overkill. Central bank promotes innovation. And we've actually taken a lot of steps to demonstrate that we like innovative ideas. We like ideas that can foster inclusive growth, within the economy. And so I'm sure you're aware of the regulatory sandbox and the open banking principles and regimes that we have brought, to the country. So we promote innovation, we push for innovative ideas. But the concern is about the risk. The speed with which innovation, the fintechs drive innovation without looking or checking the rear mirror to see what is coming behind is usually what frightens us. And it has never been good anywhere in the world. And so I like it when the discussion was that one of the major risks that the innovators, the fintech would have to watch is the regulatory. That you also need to be very mindful of the cybersecurity risk. There are so many things that the regulator, as a regulator, you see that the other participants and operators don't see. And so sometimes I always say this anytime we have this kind of conversation, that the regulator is serving as the brake system to your brand new Lamborghini car that can speed, that can run and fly. You just need a good brake system so that when you need to stop abruptly, there's something you can rely on. So regulation is very important. We already launched our financial inclusion strategy, and just last year, about November, we also launched the fintech strategy, and I think the document is in the public domain. And what are our considerations? Our consideration majorly is about regulation, risk, and all the things that can make the entire ecosystem trustworthy. Believe me, if people don't trust the payment system, if people don't trust the financial system, then they'll never use it. And if people don't use your systems, then you'll never be in business. So please, it always delights our heart when we have these new young guys gathered around to share our perspective that central bank is your friend. The regulator is always your friend, and we give you the opportunity, the window to always liaise and connect with us to validate and verify some of these new ideas that you like to implement, just to check it out, to say, look, as a regulator, I want to venture into this new idea. Can you help me find out if this will go well, looking at the entire thing from your regulatory prism? So it's very, very important like this. And so I would like to say, as much as you take the regulatory risk, very, very important, and you are very watchful of it, you also need to take your marketing risk. It's very important that you are not monoproduct, you are diversified, because we found situations where some fintechs only focus on one business and they are going. I think it's very important that you diversify your business and see that you venture into some other, technology-driven financial services, especially the ones that will deepen our financial inclusion and make the growth of our economy more inclusive. So what would be the parting message to the fintechs today? It is to let you know that the central bank of today is the central bank that is very open, a central bank that you can reach out to, a central bank that if you have any new idea you can share with, so that it's the entire market space, it's works symbiotically. We don't want a situation where people are working in Ireland, where the market conduct is very wacky and all of that. We want a situation where we can all work together. I guess the new word now is co-opetition. So we are all competing, but we are all cooperating together. It's very, very important. We have many banks here today who also are running their business like a big fintech and all of that. And so creating the synergy between the fintechs, the innovators, and then the banks who hold the account information, I'm aware, and let me use this opportunity again to share with you that there's a regulation on open banking that allows you to interoperate with these banks. And the objective is to share the customer's data, permission data, so that we can promote, our financial inclusion agenda. We can bring out creative products that will lower cost of industry to serve and all of that. So I want to thank the organizers for bringing us here. We'll be here with you for the whole 3 days just to see the discussions, and we also like to learn we like to learn, because it's only when we understand what you're doing that we can, back it up with all the kind of regulations or directives that you need. And lastly, I like to say we need to look at international regulations. It's also very important. You are not just operating in Nigeria, you are operating around the world. We have so many Nigerian fintechs today that have their footprints in African countries. And what usually happens when anything happens there, they come back to us and say, your company who is operating in our country has committed some infractions. So at the end of the day, we have a lot of stories, we have a lot of issues that we have to contend with in trying to manage your relationship in other countries. So anytime you go into a country to set up, which we encourage, always be very mindful of the domestic regulations there, because those domestic regulations will actually superimpose whatever other international regulations that you're bringing to those countries. So I like to say thank you very much and let everybody enjoy the discussion for the day. Thank you.
Please, let's put our hands together for the CBN. And of course, Mr. Musa, it's a gentleman who I look up to, as a matter of fact. It's good to see you again, sir. God bless you. The regulator being present here at the Nigerian FinTech Week tells the story of the fact that it's a collaborative effort. At this point, it gives me great delight, and I'm very excited to invite again, this time around, the U.S. Consul General, His Excellency Will Stevens, as he comes in to give the goodwill message now. Please put your hands together for him. He was wondering what I was going to say. No, it's not your turn. Thank you so very much, Sam.
I wasn't sure if he really wanted me up here this time. Hi, everybody. Oh, come on. Hi, everybody. Hi, I'm so grateful to be here with you today. As usual, my team prepared a beautiful speech, and as usual, I probably won't read it. So if you see Kene in the room, tell him you're sorry that his boss is so badly behaved. I get so inspired when I spend time with folks in the fintech sector and in the tech sector in Nigeria that I always go off script. And I'm going to do that again today, because the truth is, you're our people. The tech sector in Nigeria, we estimate that somewhere around 80% of the companies in the room today are incorporated in the United States. We estimate that somewhere around 60% of the capital that flows into Nigeria's tech sector flows from the United States. And so we have taken great strides to try to put our arms around you and embrace you, just like we embrace ExxonMobil or Microsoft or Procter & Gamble or Paramount, because as US companies, you pay my salary, right? Just like you pay our good friend from the central bank's salary. So thank you for that. Thank you for paying your taxes in the US. But when you do that, you should get something out of us, right? You should get our support. And so I'm going to try to lay out a few things that we're trying to do and how it syncs up with what the Biden administration, the US government is trying to do more broadly. But first, I'm going to start with the most important aspect of this for, I would guess, 90% of you, which is visas, right? Every time I have a conversation with somebody in Nigeria, they ask me about visas. So I know it's like this Wahala thing. So what have we done? As US companies, we invite you to join the American Business Council, which is essentially, it's the affiliate of the US Chamber of Commerce. And we've worked together with the ABC to broaden the aperture of what they're allowing to join. And we just launched last week an affiliate program where the fees are a little bit lower, and our companies like you who are starting up, who maybe just recently incorporated in the US, you can join, and that gives you a bunch of specific things that we give to all of our big US companies. First of all, you get the power of advocacy as a group, right? Just like the great team from Nigeria's FinTech Association has done today, they've convened you, and together you have power. You get to go to the regulators and say, this regulation is no good. Or you get to go to the people in the parliament and the Senate and the National Assembly and say, hey, this legislation that you're looking at is going to really hurt our industry. Here's something you can do. And let me tell you, they ask the American Business Chamber all the time, what do you think about these pending legislation? What do you think about this regulations? And when you go together as a group with Microsoft and Meta and Google and all the big American tech companies, your voices are heard. So that's a huge bit of power you get. Secondly, you get to network. You get to know the folks from Cisco and Oracle and Microsoft and all these big companies that have massive investments here. And you're meeting and working with them, and maybe you're partnering with them. I always talk about a fintech company here. It's American Express's first investment in Africa. Who is anybody from Clasha in the room? Do you guys know Clasha? If you're a Sporting Legos fan like I am, you know Clasha because they're the jersey sponsor. Wow, not my room. Okay. In any case, yeah, okay. Yeah, you know Sporting Legos at least. Yeah. Well, you know Clasha, okay. So they're networked with American Express, right? Visa, MasterCard, American Express, Citibank, they're all part of the American Business Council. So you get that networking aspect. So advocacy, networking, and then access to visas. So one of the things we do to facilitate trade and investment is we try to help our American companies get their people to the United States. So we offer them expedited visa appointments. That's the only superpower I have. I don't have any power to issue the visa. I only have the power to get you the appointment, to get you into the window, because some of the great Nigerian entrepreneurs have somehow figured out how to fill up our appointment system. So sometimes we need to go back end and help our business people out. Yeah, there's a lot of entrepreneurs here. And so please think of yourselves as American companies. Think of yourselves and joining that network, because that's how we think of you. And we want to make sure that you're fully embraced. That's my number one message to you. And most important for me is that you take that home today is, hey, if I'm incorporated in the US, I'm an American company, and I have the same rights to demand things of that crazy American Consul General as Visa or Citibank or any of these major companies that have been here for decades and decades. All right. Thank you. So I'm going to shift gears and go back to the speech that I didn't read, and just basically lay out, why do we care about this investment? Why do we care about fintech? And it's basically two things. First of all, you're bringing people into the banking system. You're doing things to transform the entire continent. And that speaks directly to what we're trying to do on the continent in trying to build a digital transformation together with our partners in Africa. Anyone who has ever heard me speak has heard me say this, because I say it every time I speak. We often used to say, we need African solutions to African problems. You've heard that? Yeah? I think it's wrong. I think it's wrong because we need African solutions to global problems. We need to bring the solutions that you're developing to emerging markets and markets around the world. The problems that we face are too big to be focused on one continent. They're too big that we have to think about them just myopically. Oh, Africa, you have these problems, you go fix them. We need to be working together to address things like climate change, banking the unbanked, digital access together. And so when we talk about the digital transformation with Africa, we're talking about major US investments in infrastructure. We're about to land the largest undersea cable in the world to Africa through Nigeria, both Port Harcourt and actually Eket and Lagos with Meta in just a few weeks. You've got major US investments in the digital infrastructure right here in Nigeria that we hope can bring access to people all across West Africa. So one is infrastructure. Secondly, we talk about training. And so many of the great US companies that are here are invested in training and have partnered with NITDA and others on skills training, access training, getting people the skills they need to be successful in this 21st century economy. And then finally, we talk about climate, right? Business climate. Are we doing the things we need to do to make it easy for investment? And I think one of the great things about Nigeria is so many of the laws that have been written have been done in concert with industry, in concert with partners in the private sector, and with you to make sure that they're written in a way that will increase and encourage investment and encourage a business climate that's open and transparent. So one thing you remember today, you're American. Still need visas, but you're American. So please think of us as your partner, and please reach out. I can't see Kene through the picture, but Kene through the light, but Kene is our liaison with the tech sector. There he is. Stand up. Come on, stand up, man. He's like the humblest guy in the world, but please get to know him if you don't know him already. Probably 90% of you already know him, but if you don't, go get his card and he'll make sure you're connected to all the great things we're trying to do. Thank you.
Yeah. Stevens, you can go. With the power invested on me, I will ask you to stand here. Okay. And I would like to invite his existing protocol. Mr. Musa Juma, please come up to join him, as well as the president and the COO and the other members of the Governing Council Board of Trustees that are present here. Vice President, please come up for us to have a group picture so that we can capture this moment and this history. It's a great thing, sir, to see you. And the United States being here, represented in your own capacity, obviously has expressed the fact that collaboration and partnership will help us to drive the agenda within this fintech space. So please, ladies and gentlemen, we can use all of these spaces. So where's the president? The president can be there. Madam, you are lady. Ladies have advantage. Let Mr. Musa Jimo decide where you will stand. Akim Lawa, please, where are you? Can you come up quickly? Okay, Akim. My very good friend. Please come up. Please put your hands together for him. He's one of our keynote presenters as well. Clap for him. If not, you will. Okay. All right. Lami Barrow, DG, you're not here. DG, you should be here. Please hold on. DG should be here. The DG of ADB, Abba. Sir, you know you have to be here without us even saying the name. Thank you very much. Great. So you can decide to stand where the president chooses for you. No, sir, the president is insisting you stand beside him so that whatever conversation that you guys will have, you will know how the check is exchanged. All right, ladies and gentlemen, after this, I would like to call on Q, the CEO of InfoPrice, who is going to be making a presentation titled Disrupting the Digital Trust in Africa. Very sure he's here as well. All right, gentlemen, are we good? All right, thank you so very much. Please, can you put your hands together for them? All right, thank you. All right, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, quickly, I would like to invite Mr. Adetokunbo Omotosho, the CEO of InfoPrice, to come forth as he makes his presentation. Please, can you put your hands together for him?
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Here to talk to us about digital trust and why it needs disruption and the way it needs to be disrupted. Digital trust, as we know, is the foundation of all connected businesses and economies. And why it's so important is digital trust ensures security, privacy, resilience within our connected systems. So as fintechs, as banks, everything we do today is digitally connected, and our customers are also going to digital channels. And as we are in a low trust economy, it is important that we ensure that digital trust is not eroded, even though we're in a low trust economy. Forward. Today, we generate a lot of information, either through what we do. So coming for this conference, we all registered online through a digital channel. That's information that was gotten. Some of us in this conference hall are on our phones, typing on social media. That's data. We are taking pictures. That's content that will be posted everywhere. But how do we ensure that this data, information, and content that has become critical and pervasive is secure? Forward. These things
that we generate continuously have become precious to us, as I've mentioned, and they are critical assets to us as organizations and as individuals. There are moments we cherish, experiences we will continue to remember. There are transactions we consummate, either in our daily lives or our businesses. So why is this important? That we focus on digital trust for them. Forward. We use a lot of apps and we transact with a lot of businesses. And those are the good actors that make our lives better through all the information, data, and content. However, there is also attention and focus from another set of people or entities, which are the bad people that make sure that they disrupt our lives, our financial stability, inconvenience us. And as financial services organizations or fintechs, they actually make our businesses less resilient through attacks and crime. So it's important that we understand that all the data and info we generate as organizations and individuals, there's personal information and there's personal data and payment information, which we hold as entities, but they are after because they are of value. So how do we protect? Today, there are a lot of breaches that reduce this digital trust. So if somebody attacks and successful against an organization, an entity that has our payment information, our personal information, it reduces our trust in such organizations or such people. To begin to look at things a little bit differently, which is what we are doing as an organization. What we need to do is to ensure, not just security or privacy, but to ensure that digital trust is not eroded. Because going into the future and increasingly, as we do businesses online on a digital scale, the greatest vulnerability to our businesses is going to be this lack of digital trust. And if we don't have that, there's not going to be any resilience. And it's harder to actually innovate when you're running after or trying to fix issues around trust, security, privacy, and the lack of it. Next slide, please. So what do we need to do then? We generate a lot of data and we generate a lot of content. Today, what we do is people talk about cyber hygiene, we talk about compliance, we talk about privacy, we talk about security. However, we talk about them in isolation, not in consonance with each other. What we are doing as an organization and what we are recommending is that you converge that privacy, security, and resilience so that you are able to control the data people generate on your platforms and for yourself, but also protect it. Traditionally, we would have focused on protecting from a cybersecurity point of view. Then from a privacy point of view, these days, people focus on control. However, they're not meant to be separate. They're meant to come together. Next slide. So what are we doing as an organization and what are we recommending? I've mentioned we generate a whole lot of information and data, but we're also in an environment where compliance is important. So we need to understand what compliance affects our information and data that we process and we generate and we store. However, today, all that is done manually. So we're recommending, this is the age of cutting-edge technology, and we're recommending that you use anomaly detection based on AI and machine learning across transactions, endpoints, across entities that generate it, and across compliance data and information. So we as an organization have built a platform that looks at that, taking the cutting edge technology and matches it. So if you have transactions somewhere, I as an individual should not be dissociated from the endpoints I used to carry out that transaction. I should not be dissociated from whether I am compliant to certain rules an organization wants me to comply by a fintech. So for instance, if I've not done my KYC, why am I allowed to carry out this transaction? So all that needs to come into consonance. And we've come up with a term called cybervergence. So which is the convergence of all things cybersecurity, privacy. We've built that into a platform. And we as an organization have helped a lot of fintechs today, startups, financial, and we're now doing it through a platform, an automated platform. So it takes away the subjective nature of manual processes or depending on somebody, but also looks holistically at your transactions, your endpoint data, your people data to make you compliant. Next slide. So essentially what we are saying is if you want to think about your security holistically with compliance and privacy, then you talk to us at Cybervergent, which is the name of our new platform and the name of our new company. So we are no longer InfoPrive by way of information. We are now Cybervergent, and we are now a technology-based company that solves these pain points we have locally in the country. Thank you very much.
Quickly, we can allow you to go. I'd like you to please stand here at this spot while I invite the president to come in, as well as the vice president. The COO, please to come up for us to have this photo session. We need this for PR reasons. We also would like to invite Bemisola, who is the customer service executive of InfoPrives, and the Bola Bo, Mr. Awelewa, to please also come up and join them, please, for the photo option. Okay, right. Thank you so very much. All right. Please, where's the COO? Dr. Babatunde is not here yet. All right. I think the vice president will do well. Please, can we have lady? You're a lady. You have to break the men in a good way. You know, there's a way you have to balance. You know, the Statue of Liberty and even the Statue of Law is actually female. There's a good reason for that. Thank you very much. We will be going into item on our agenda. We had to adjust the program slightly in order for us to be able to accommodate certain changes. This happens because we're living in a digital age, and gladly we know that the program is progressing. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. Right now we have the fireside chat titled Building Resilience Experience from Executives. And I'd like to quickly invite Mr. Olumide, I'm sure you're about to please come up to moderate this session. He's the co-founder of Blue Chip Technologies Limited. Can you put your hands together for him? It's good to see you again, Olumide. And we're looking forward to working together this time around on this particular panel. Next, I would like to quickly invite Mr. John Obaro, founder and GMD of System Specs, who is ably represented here by Mr. Demola Egbalajobi, pardon me, MD System Specs Technology Services. Please put your hands together for him. And then we would like to also invite Mr. or Mrs., I'm not too sure, Ibehiji Momo, country manager and area business head, West Africa for MasterCard. Okay. Thank you so very much. Pardon me, madam, Mrs. Pardon me. Sometimes these titles needs to be. All right. And then we have the last panelist who is joining us virtually. That is Mrs. Kofo Akingube, CEO, Secure ID. She's joining us virtually, I'm very sure. Great. So I'm going to be handing over to Olumide now. Thank you so very much. Over to you, Mr. Olumide.
Hello. Good afternoon, Lagos. I've been tasked with the burden of moderating this panel. And I think what I do typically with panels, right, is I try to make it fun and lighthearted. I try to avoid all the perspire to aspire to Maguire nonsense, right? We talk, we give things and we share journeys that are relatable, right? And I think that's the beauty of having this type of discussions. If people wanted the textbook stuff, they can buy a textbook, right? So the whole essence of today's panel around building resilience is to share stories from executives like ourselves on how we've built what we've built, what we see as the trends in the future, and what stories and what lessons can we share with people building today. So by way of introduction, I introduce myself and I'll let the panelists introduce themselves and what they do. My name is Olumide Shoyombo. I'm the co-founder of Blue Chip Technologies, and I'm also the co-founder of Voltron Capital. I've been privileged to invest in over 103 companies in Nigeria and Africa at large, consisting of many of the well-known fintechs, Paystack, Piggyvest, MoneyPoint, and the like. And I also have seen a couple of failures, right, of companies that we've invested in and have not done well. And I hope that throughout this moderation or throughout this chat, some of that comes up and we're able to share those lessons along the line. And then I'll pass on to you, sir, to introduce yourself.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Demola Igbalajobi. I'm the managing director of System Specs Technology Services, which is one of the companies in the System Specs Group. System Specs Group is about 31, 32 years old. My background is accounting, systems technology, payment technology. So I've been in the business for a while, so it would be nice to share ideas and thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. And madam?
Hi, my name is Ebehije Momo. I'm the country manager of MasterCard across West Africa. So I look after Nigeria and the English-speaking part of West Africa. I have had the opportunity to work with a global organization as MasterCard, and we're responsible for driving payments technology across the globe. So I'm excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll get right into it. We have about 30 minutes and we still need to open the floor up for questions. I think my first, and I think we can go one by one, would be discussing new technologies, right, around AI, machine learning, data, and our rapidly evolving industry, right? What measures is your organization taking to future-proof its technology and infrastructure, considering our local challenges, and what are the opportunities? Because those challenges also then present opportunities for us. So how are you thinking about this rapidly evolving industry? And how are you thinking about your tech stack and how to future-proof that? Demola?
Okay, thank you. So when you have been in business for a while, you always take I wouldn't say cautious, but you take a look at everything. So from our side, of course, we have to embrace new technology. A few years ago, it was blockchain. Now it's AI. And in reality, you've had some product on the market also. So you're trying to balance all of that. Now, what we do is to take it as R&D initially. So we have people that will focus on new technology. They look at what it means. How might it impact our customers going forward and our current tech? So even though you've been around, you still also need to be relevant. And for that, you have people that always look at how do we handle this new tech? How does it meet regulation? How does it meet things that we want to do? Some of this new tech also gives you chances to go into new product. So you're looking at the opportunities, you're looking at the risks also from this new tech, how it balances what you're doing. So it's a balance of never ignoring them, looking at them very critically, having your R&D make sure that it fits into what you want to do, and taking your decisions as to which tech are you going to adopt, which one are you going to take as future things to be done. So it's a balance of that. That's what I would say. Thank you.
And Abby?
Thank you so much. I think to your point, you never get to a point where you're used to because you've been around and therefore you're not aware of what's going on. I think the very first thing, balancing future-proofing technology is really critical for our organization, like an organization like MasterCard. First, we invest in innovation because there will continue to be, just like you said, there will continue to be innovation as long as you are existing.
Correct.
So investing in it is pretty important. Then how do you adapt to local dynamics? Because you talked about AI, but you are working in an environment. How do you adapt to that the dynamics of that environment, then how do you collaborate with the local players within that areas where you work is pretty important when it comes to tackling the challenges, not just in Nigeria, but across Africa, because we have that opportunity to see what's going on all around the globe. And it's one of the first things I look at is two things are very important to me in driving and ensuring that you are keeping up with innovation. It's about collaboration, because some of the things that you rightly said, the products will always come up, but then it must be the right product for the right people and the right environment. That working with people and collaborating with them will ensure that you are bringing out the right products. You continue to be impactful and relevant. So collaborations in area where you are not, maybe you are not the expert in those areas become really, really important. I give you a typical example. Very recently, working with some of our partners within the market here in Nigeria, where we partner with a bank and a fintech, we're able to, launch our tap on phone, which drives the technology. Those are some of the things that you do. You cannot look at technology or growth in isolation. It must be with what is going on within your environment.
Yeah, speaking about what's going on in our environment, right? You can look at new technologies, but it comes down to people, right? Yeah. And talent. Yes. That takes me to my next question. If you think about the Japa syndrome and how that affects talent, right? I know many of your organizations obviously focused a lot on training people, empowering that talent. So you train them, you empower them on these same new technologies, and then next week they've gone for Technation or Canada. In fact, one of my biggest fears is when I get a text message on Friday saying, "Hello, sir, I need to see you." Right? I already know what's happening next. The guy is about to leave. So how are you thinking about talent acquisition and retention in building a fintech organization in Africa? And what innovative approaches have you guys considered in this area in getting people and getting the right skill and right talent to stay and build here?
Okay. Our system spec, something that we've always done over the years has been, I wouldn't just say train, is to bring people up at very young age. And we've always done that with the ACOSA, the Association of Computer Students in University, all of that. In the last 5-7 years, it has become something that you really, really need to look at. So it's become more disciplined, or we have to look at it more. So what we do is we have a pipeline. We are very big on internships from 2nd, 3rd, and 4th years. We have corpers that we know some will stay, some may go. So though you're having hired hands, hired experience, people as well, but you've got to invest in the young people to come through. You may have to know your ratio. Are you going to say that maybe out of 10 young people that you bring in, maybe 6 or 7 will stay for 2-3 years? So you've got to build that in. But sometimes it's not just about money. We have had to create environment for our staff. Our office now is not what it used to be 10 years ago, 5 years ago, because the people that we have, they're asking for more than money. They're looking at where they work. So you're looking to bring them in, keep them there. And now the reality is that with the JAPA also, we're about to adapt. We have staff who are based in Nigeria, some are based abroad. When they leave, you also need to find a way to co-opt with them, to say, okay, you are leaving. So you're not straitjacket anymore. You've got to find different things that they want. Their needs are different. It's not just money now. So we have to be innovative on our retention policy, on our corporate policy, on even our incentives to people. So those are the things that we've had to change to meet our realities now.
Correct.
All right, thank you so much. I think that's a very, very great question, and it's something that everyone is dealing with at the moment. For me, talent retention is very pivotal to any fintech growth, if you want to cultivate that growth. So you must add the kind of things that is required to ensure that you have those talent. It has to be something that is continuous. You have to continuously train, but not just bringing in the talent. It's great to bring in the talent, but the ability to ensure that those talents become really, really important. And therefore, continuous training and ensuring that they remain relevant is really, really important in an organization. Secondly is you look at diversity. I think Mr. Obaro talked about it. The diversity of your team is extremely important if you're going to ensure that you're able to retain them. and across culture, across, various backgrounds. It's also important that you diversify when it comes to your talent. Then lastly, at MasterCard, beyond just training internally and ensuring a continuous, training to ensure that you're able to keep your talent, we also look from outside, we also look at the outside. We have a program called the Star Path, where we are able to train young partners, especially fintechs in their final stages, where we are able to train. That way, not only are you training the people within the organization, but you're also thinking about what happens outside of the organization. With Start Path, we have trained a lot of fintechs and a lot of talents within the market, where in a period of 6 months, we actually train them. And then also, they're able to come together at those venues where you cross-pollinate ideas, innovation. So we believe beyond just training internally also, we also have to look at outside to see how then do we build that ecosystem. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Abby. I think my next question would focus around trust and data, especially in the fintech space and reputation management in essence, especially in the fintech space where, and in our environment where we live in a low trust society. I've seen on Twitter, on social media, somebody puts up a tweet and says, hey, Bank A is holding my money, or Fintech A is holding my money. They've not sent my money in 2 days. Fintech A is going down. And all of a sudden there's a run and deposits start leaving that Fintech. Or somebody puts an unfounded story on WhatsApp and that trust gets depleted. How are you thinking, and what advice do you have for fellow companies and fellow fintechs around reputation management? In fact, I've seen a research when Silicon Valley Bank went down. Mm-hmm. There was a research that highlighted the correlation between the conversation on social media and the outflow of deposits, right? So there was a positive correlation as people talked more about it, and as the deposits left the bank and eventually led to a run on the organization, which is possible if reputation management and trust is not handled. So I think trust and data become key currencies for fintech. So how do you reckon, and what advice do you have for fintechs that are trying to build resilient brands in dealing with reputation management, trust, and data?
Okay, I think starting from the social media side, all of us in the business now, wherever you are, we pay a lot of attention to tweets and everything. A simple message can cause a lot of damage. So everybody has teams that maybe 5-10 years ago, we may not even have those teams. We've got teams now that their job is to help you monitor those things and you react to them. Your customer service, the way you pick up things now, need to be much more proactive, not just reactive in that. So you can engage people. In terms of what I say is that a lot of it is about customer service as a way of life and also the trust you mentioned. But I also worry about people that can be very, very dubious. Sure. And they can start a fake, a fake story. So you've got to deal with those realities as well, where we are. So for us, it's about having those things in place, never taking for granted anybody's comment. Again, some customers have real stories, they have real issues. Don't let it go out of hand before you respond. Don't leave it too late. If you're sleeping overnight before, you cannot afford to. You've got people that are watching those things. So I don't blame the customers. I would take it that not everybody is out to get you. So if somebody's complaining, my money has gone missing for 2 days, engage that person very quickly. Understand why, take it up. And as an executive, don't leave it only to your teams. Get involved with them. Speak to the customer. You've got to engage now because it will cost you a lot more in time, in money. And before you know it, the central bank is calling you, come and explain this, because they're also seeing those tweets. So the cost of managing those issues now, you better try and nip it in the bud before it even gets that far. That's my own comment. Thank you.
I think it's spot on.
Yeah, that's really spot on. You talked about trust as well as data. If you're a technology company, especially you're in the financial space, for you to ensure that you are there for the long term, it is important, first of all, you establish trust with your customers as well as your data privacy. I think that's really, really critical. What we do at MasterCard, the first thing is for you to be transparent. Your customers must know the data that you have. How do you use it? How did you get it? You know, it's very, very important that they are very much aware of that. So communicating is very, very critical. What is it that your customer, what are the expectations from the clients? Do you know those expectations? Are you communicating? Then also educating them. The things that you talked about, the example that you shared is about educating them. Do they understand what it's all about? How they use the data, for example? Those are the things that you do. That transparency, educating them, helps you to sort of curb some of these issues. Then, very, very importantly, the regulation concerning these issues, you must be very, very aware. You said, so you gave a typical example that a central bank will call you shortly. Are you aware? Do you know what are the rules and the regulation concerning that? These are some of the things that is important if you're a financial institution or a financial technology company, that you are very much aware of that and you are working within those regulations.
Okay, and thank you for that point. Interestingly, the next area I want to talk about will be around failures. In Africa and even in our nascent ecosystem, nobody talks about failures enough, right? Everybody talks about only the interesting stories. I've invested in several companies that have failed, but I didn't know they had failed until I found out that the guy was working in a bank. I went on LinkedIn and I said, this company doesn't exist again. And no feedback, nobody talks about failure, no postmortem on what we can learn. And I think in a bear market that we are in now, we are seeing a lot of the cover coming down, on the veil coming down on some companies, especially in the fintech space. We've seen stories on some companies in Ghana and so on, and how some of those fintech failures impact the market. But what's the postmortem? What lessons are we picking out from them? So I think my question then becomes, what lessons can we learn from African fintech failures or companies that struggled to adapt to changing market conditions, or even by not having the right corporate governance and procedures in place? What lessons do we need to pick out? I think for me, right, I always say this, when I invest in companies, I invest with an understanding that the company will fail or can fail. It's okay when a company fails because things go out of control. But it's different when someone goes out of control, right, and being a bad faith actor. And I think the fact that we don't talk more about the failures and bad faith actors is why sometimes they then go ahead to do it again and no lessons are learned. So my question is, if you can shed some lights on without naming names and calling anyone, what lessons we can pick out from. It's okay to fail, right? So we need to accept sometimes it's okay to fail. But what lessons can we learn from those failures, either from failures of companies, failures of products that you've tried to launch that didn't work? What kind of lessons that startup founders and people in the organization, people in the audience can learn from and can think of as they build resilient organizations? Maybe you want to go first?
Okay, go first. Okay, thank you so much for that. I think for the African fintech market, there's been a lot of progress and also some setback, because we can't all discuss failure without also talking about the fact that we've made significant progress in this.
We talk about significant progress enough. We don't just talk about failure.
Yeah, but it's also good to mention that. But let me just state a few things. One of the things that I've seen in my experience, and even within the global organization I've worked with, is people bring out, there are a lot of fintechs that do what we call one size fits all. It can never be the same. When we look at Nigeria and indeed Africa, it's a very diverse market. Even if you move from Nigeria to Ghana, it's different. The environment, the culture of the people, they're quite different. So you cannot say one size fits all for all the things that you do. That's number one. And the second thing is that you must be dynamic enough to be able to adapt to changes. Changes are happening. Understand the culture of the people. Example, in Nigeria, in a very diverse country like Nigeria, or look at financial inclusion. If you're a fintech and you are not observant of the fact that there are several underbanked or even not banked at all, are you working in those areas? You can't choose where you think it looks pretty rosy to, well, to work with within the environment that you work. But those things are very important. Don't do one size fits all. Then there's one big thing that I think is the next phase, and I'm happy that it will be discussed at the FinTech week this week. It's about collaboration, partnership. You will go a lot more miles when you are able to collaborate and form partnership, because it really becomes very, very important. Even if you're a global organization like MasterCard, some of the most amazing, work that we have done is collaborating with local fintechs. We're able to bring in that cultural markets nuances that are to those markets. So it's very, very important. And then lastly, which I know that we talked about this a lot, is about compliance. You have rules, you have regulation. How are you engaging? And I think it was the counselor that talked about engaging, coming together to ensure that things that you are doing it correctly, and you are doing it in line with what is regulated. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, let me just say just a couple of things. Number one is statistically, a lot of businesses fail in the first 2 to 3 years, maybe 50 to 80%. So it's nothing new.
Sure.
However, in the fintech space, what I've seen is there's so much focus on raising funds, raising capital. And there seems to be this laissez-faire attitude that it's nobody's money. There seems to be less speak of the product of the fintech. What you see in the news is how much have they raised. So it's a race to raise money. Even though some people might say, that product, are you sure?
Who uses
it going to scale? What's it going to do? What's new about it? But if somebody has the money to put down, so that's what I've seen, that the last 5, 10 years, it's been about, of course, there's been some successes, real big ones. But the majority that we're seeing fail now are the consequences of going after the money, and it's nobody's money. That's one thing in there. So for me, that's an area that I think, if you look at resilience and all that, somebody needs to look at their product. What does it actually mean? What does it do? Because somebody must pay for that product. If it's not a good product, it probably will not scale beyond a certain time. Thanks.
Thank you. I see Oga has come on stage. I'll wrap up, and I think we can wrap up with 2 questions in one. And the questions: what keeps you up thinking about your market, right? What keeps you up at night? And what do you think the next 10 years look like? So what keeps you up at night in terms of worry? And what are you optimistic about in the next 10 years?
Okay, quickly, 2 things that keep me up will be cybersecurity. What's happening when I'm sleeping, because that's when, as you're going to bed, some people are waking up to do things that they should not be doing. Second one is customer. What are my customers saying? Like I said before, trying to nip it in the bud. So apart from the product, those are normally things that we do. Cybersecurity and customer feedback or customer reaction.
And what are you optimistic about in the next 10 years?
The market and things to do are still many. You mentioned challenges. I see them as opportunities. So a lot of things, financial inclusion, whatever we're talking about, there's still things to do, and in Nigeria and across Africa. So I'm not so much worried about the next 10 years. I'm worried about surviving those threats that we have across the system now, because there's business to do. MasterCard has money to give to us, to work with us, partnerships, all of that. So the future is great, but just make sure that you survive where you are now so you can be resilient enough to build for the future.
Thank you.
For me, what keeps me up is also an opportunity, is the dynamics. The changes are so fast. But then what it does is that the ability, when I see in the next 10 years, I see innovation. The things that are coming out of Africa, especially in Nigeria, are mind-blowing. When I look at from where I sit and I see the changes that we have seen, very innovative things that are coming up, I think that is very exciting for Nigeria and indeed Africa. So I see the next 10 years all turning things. And like he said, from the American consulate, he said, we do the products and then we share with the rest of the world. And I see Africa doing that. Thank you.
I think for me, what keeps me up is my daughter. She's less than 1 year old. But what I'm optimistic about on the flip side is I think about what Nigeria looks like in 10 years. The number of, I was very early when I used the internet. I was 13 when I used the internet in 1995, 96. So you can guess my age now. But if you think about many execs today in banks or in telcos in their 50s or so on. They probably didn't use the internet till they were late 20s or even 30s. But you think about a young person, people in the room today, they were born with the internet. And now they are getting into an age where they have purchasing power. These people are going to be digital first. They are most likely not going to walk into any bank to open a bank account. Someone who is 15 today, in another 6 years, 21, opening their first bank account or first job, they will do that online. They will order online first for food. They will build digital lives and they will live in cities. So who is building solutions for those people? Because they're going to be in the millions. And I think in that space, we'll get to see a lot of unicorns built. So with that, I'm very optimistic about the future. And I also want to say thank you for sharing your insights on the panel. And I think we'll open it up to the floor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll just take one question. Any question, or maybe two, as quickly as possible. Lady first, and then there's a gentleman here. I see a third hand.
One male, one man, one woman.
How many questions should we entertain, sir?
How much time do we?
We have less than 5 minutes.
So 2 questions.
Okay, just 2 questions. The first lady there and the gentleman here. Pardon me, ladies and gentlemen, we can only take those 2 questions. Briefly, your name and the questions. Can you hand over the microphone to... Okay, he has one. Your name, straight to the question, please.
Okay, my name is Ammar Jega. My question is simple. As somebody who's looking into getting into the fintech business.
Can you speak into the mic? I can't hear you.
Okay, for somebody looking into getting into the fintech business and obviously looking for investors, what would be the very basic thing to do towards looking for an investor?
All right, thank you. And the other question from the lady behind. Quickly, Cyprian. After this, we are going into the next item.
Thank you. My name is Ines Eko. I work with 9 Payment Service Bank, 9 PSV. And my question goes to the lovely lady up there. She said something about understanding your regulators and knowing what they want from you and trying to stay in line with that. Now, my concern is what happens where you have done all that you can to get the attention of the regulators, to get their approvals, and then it takes like forever for them to attend or to answer your question. What should be your next line of action so that you won't, go above line?
I'm glad you are asking the lady. She will be able to respond. Over to you.
Okay, I think since I'm the investor on the panel, I'll take the investor question. The key thing is you first need to do your research on what you're trying to build and investors in that market. And the second thing is that it starts with you. Investors back people first before products or even whatever they are building. So it starts with you, Mr. Jega. If you're pitching to me, I would ask, what's your domain expertise? What risk have you taken on yourself before you ask me to take a risk on you? And then we can talk about your subject matter expertise, your domain expertise, and your thought process around what you are building. Because for me, products will change. You most likely pivot, but the entrepreneur remains the same person I'm backing. So it comes down, the first thing an investor looks like is you, what research you have done, what domain expertise do you have around what you are trying to build, and what risk have you taken on yourself before you ask an investor to take a risk on you. I think when you have that, it puts you in a good state to have those conversations. And then you've done your research with the right investor to pitch to. There's no reason why you're pitching to, you're trying to raise 100K, you're pitching to an investor who writes only $2 million checks. So you need to find out a due diligence on investors that fits the stage you're in. So those are the 2 quick things that I'll speak about.
All right.
Okay, so let me attempt to. I think it's about engagement. I mean, the director of payments was here when he talked about the fact that central bank is very open. And so what I would say, you need to do the engagement again and again and again. And based on what we heard this morning, earlier in the day, when the director was talking about, they're open to innovation and they're always there. So I'll say continue to engage.
Sorry, I just add on to that. I mean, I think there's a mantra that says that regulation always lags behind innovation. So you should never say because you are not clear about regulation, you will not innovate. Of course, you will do it looking at the existing rules. What you are doing may be beyond the existing rules. Sooner or later, the regulation will catch up with you in that they will see that thing and they will have to react to it. But again, always engage them, tell them what you're trying to do. Even if they haven't got an idea of how to respond, just put it on their desk. You have told them. So even if something comes up, you can say, look, this is following from that. So don't do your own isolation. Tell them what you're trying to do. They may not come back to you for 6 months, 9 months. Keep on at it. Keep on the corresponding and the engagement. But don't stop to innovate because they've not come back to you.
So to be clear, he's also not saying it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission.
I didn't say that.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Iqbal Ajobi, as a matter of fact, that was a very good way to respond to it, in the sense of the fact that it's an ongoing relationship. The regulator is always your friend. It's just like the police is your friend. So you work that relationship and make sure that we're able to get to the place of innovation. I want to say a big thank you. I'm sure everybody wanted to say something.
No, I just want to say a round of applause for my panelists, please.
Please, can you put a hands together for them? While I quickly invite the president and the CEO to please come up and join them in this panel session snapshot. Please, we'll just have you guys in the middle. And a big thank you one more time to the panelists. I understand that we were not able to get one of them still, but nevertheless, thank you very much, Mrs. Momo. And thank you so very much, Mr. Demola, as well as Mr. Olumide. Thank you. All right, of course, the chairman and of the committee, who is also the vice president of the association, is one of my very good friends and Oga. I call him Able Chairman. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so at this point, we will quickly be going into an item here. We've adjusted the program just in case you're wondering, as the case is because of some popular demand, and of course, showing the fact that we are quite dynamic. Resilience is actually keeping faith with what we've all agreed to do. And so we are trying to ensure that we're delivering as much as we have promised. So ladies and gentlemen, please do not forget hashtag Nigerian Fintech Week, hashtag NFW 2023, hashtag NFW23 as well. The Wi-Fi code or name is Nigeria Fintech Week, and the password is @ecosystem. Thank you so very much, Mr. Olumide, as well as Mrs. Momo and Mr. Demola for sharing that fireside chat on building resilience experience from executives. At this point in time, I want to quickly announce that we are going to have the first of its kind, so to speak, the launch of Fintech white paper titled "We Can Do It Together" by Huawei, who are going to be joining us here. And so I would like to invite them to please come up as we have that particular aspect of the program, which is a collaboration between themselves, being one of our key sponsors, and of course, our Fintech Association. Huawei, can we come up? Please, can you put your hands together for them as they're coming forth to make this presentation? The more you clap, the luckier you might be to win that phone. Great, great, great. Please come up. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and the distinguished guests, my dear friends. Welcome. Okay, well, from White Cloud. And next, I think together we can witness the launch of the Fintech white paper by White Cloud and by Fintech and by the Fintech Association together. Okay, so I will make a brief introduction about this part. Fintech refers to the innovation use of technology in the financial services industry through the use of advanced technology such as cloud computing, AI, blockchain, and mobile applications. Fintech companies provide faster, more convenient, and user-centric financial services to individual and business. We know that the rapid in Nigeria is driven by a large young population, and there are growing demand for mobile internet, smartphones, and technology applications. And at the same time, the government is actively promoting the financial inclusion and creating a people-friendly fintech environment. As Nigeria's fintech sector rapidly matures into a major player in Africa, and the collaboration between the Fintech Nigeria, the first national fintech association in Africa, and the Huawei Cloud, a leading global provider of information and ICT infrastructure and smart services, aim to foster a great synergies between fintech startups and established businesses, providing a platform for accelerated the growth and innovation together. Okay, so now it's my pleasure to invite we have many experts and distinguished guests from the financial industry as well. Let's witness together the launch of Nigeria FinTech white paper together. Thank you. Okay, so first of all, let's welcome the Dr. Babitude from the Nigeria Association to give us an opening speech. Welcome. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. So at Fintech Association of Nigeria, one of our objectives is to accelerate technological growth. And we do this through thought leadership interventions. In 2020, together with EY, we did the first one, which was on the Fintech census in Nigeria. And this year, we've worked with Who Are We to develop a cloud white paper for the Fintech ecosystem. Now, why Who Are We? Why not any of the other players? For us, being able to support these initiatives pro bono is extremely important. And that's what Who Are We has done with us. So for us, it's not about a product, it's about the ecosystem. So we appreciate Who Are We supporting, working together with us to develop this cloud white paper. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your introduction. And I believe that this year, Huawei and the Fintech Association, we cooperate together to hold many events just like this. And in the future, we also want to use our efforts to make the Nigeria fintech industry to achieve the digitalization. Okay, so now let's welcome the Marcel, which is a Huawei Cloud Delivery Director, to give us an introduction about the Nigeria FinTech Cloud Adoption White Paper. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for today, Nigerian FinTech Week. It's really a pleasure to be here and meet everyone. So if we think about we need to think about the fourth industrial revolution. Currently, it's moving at a very rapid pace. We need to basically catch up with this. We need to be providing services to our customers and partners in a timely method that they are not kept behind. How do we do this? We believe in success through partnerships, be it with our customers or our partners. We also do the industry development led by technological innovation. We need to think about enhanced software solution architectures working together to provide a stable platform. There is something called the Chintian architecture. This is very profound. Huawei provides basically, it is from the hardware level to the software layer level. This actually, at the end of the day, provides a very synergy between the two components, providing even better performance. So currently, if we take a look, Huawei Cloud is number 2 in China. They are number 5 globally, but we are quickly growing, as I just mentioned. How we can actually determine this is, go one slide back, please. We can see we have 20 geographic areas. Actually, I kept that outdated. We already have 30. 170 countries and regions, 2,800 content delivery nodes. We have 220. Well, that used to be already 240. It just proves to you the point that we also need to expand faster. This is a very quick environment. If we stay behind, we'll be left behind. All right, let's take a look at the next. All right, so from here, we can see we have basically 4 pillars. How Huawei Cloud wants to help the Nigerian FinTech cloud adoption framework. All right, so it's actually quite simple. Everything needs to be governed by a cloud framework. This is right at the bottom. You'll understand we have the cloud governance to govern the three pillars on top. The first one is we need a plan. We need a cloud plan. We need to think about costs. Costs, everyone cares about costs. The costs are reduced. This is what we can promise you. There is cost savings. We can think about business agility. We need to be able to adapt. We don't need to run things at 100%. We can run, we can scale down, we can scale up on demand. This is based on your requirements. There's different policies which can be configured to meet that. The next is the discovery and analysis. We need to understand what do you have, how to bring it to the cloud in a correct fashion, following the cloud governance framework. The next is architecture blueprint. Obviously, it's not the first time we are doing this. You are not going to be the first customer, nor the last. There is a lot of frameworks which we put into place. I have unfortunately written so many of these documents myself. You go, you deliver successfully, you sum it up. You utilize the same framework, the blueprint, and basically you apply it and actually learn from it, adapt, and even make it better. We also have the adoption roadmap, basically our implementation planning. We have operational readiness, the cloud center of excellence. How do we become cloud ready? We need to build a landing zone. A landing zone is very important to us. We need to have a well-architected cloud framework. We need to follow this framework. We need to be able to basically be via the 6 R's, which I'll cover soon, but we need to go to a place which is safe, there's governance, everything is in place for us to actually build on top of. We look at Huawei Cloud landing zones, enable the application, the modernization. This is the point. We want to modernize these applications. We need to do the migration, and we need to do the innovation of enterprise basically scales. Cloud architecture design, very important, as mentioned, a very good founding block. We need to be able to run in the cloud. How do we actually run in the cloud? So you can think about the 6R migration methodology. For instance, being a lift and shift approach. So this is like a rehost. We actually would prefer re-architecture. Re-architecture is a little bit more difficult, but you need to start the cloud journey correctly. Maybe first we do a rehost. This is simple. Get your application from an on-prem environment into the cloud first. Our second phase approach can be re-architecture or being re-platform. So a re-platform is just changing a little bit at the end of the day. For instance, the databases, to use a cloud native database instead of having it on a VM or ECS. Replace, retain, retire. So replace basically meaning, for instance, software as a service. You just purchase a service on the cloud. Retaining, sometimes not everything gets migrated to the cloud. I give you an example. For instance, you have Wi-Fi in your office. That server which is monitoring the Wi-Fi, you will not move that to the cloud due to latency. You obviously want it to stay within your data center. All right, so we can see from the data migration, we also have data lake ingestion. This is a massive amount of data. At the end of the day, we want to form a data warehouse where we can actually process this information and actually pull out valuable information from it at the end of the day. We can think about the cloud operations. So there's something which is the cloud, the customer readiness engineering center, basically to assist from the cloud operation point of view. There's always somebody watching the system. It's not just built and left. There's always guaranteed SLAs in place. All right. Everything is built on top of the cloud governance, as we talked about. So cost management, you want to be able to see what is your cloud usage. Maybe you have multiple accounts. You need to be able to track each different account. This is also possible. We need to think about the budget, the allocations, and quota control. So quota control can help us to keep our budget in place. We can actually put in hard or soft quotas to actually identify and actually make sure our cloud spend doesn't go over the aforementioned. We also have the deployment policy. So policies and regulations for workload, how these workloads are distributed and basically utilized at the end of the day. We need to think about, in today's day, DevSecOps, for instance, the security and the compliance point of view. This is a lot of work, but very important at the end of the day, especially being we are here at the FinTech event. If you don't have security in place, you're planning to fail. So we need to think about the security and the compliance policies. We need to be able to monitor this. We need to actually identify risks. We can't be Basically, we can't be reactive. We need to be proactive in this type of market to achieve our goals and our dreams. All right, so I think we're just going to quickly show the next slide. Next slide.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hugo, taking charge of Huawei Cloud business in Nigeria. Glad to see you. And I love this segment, this fintech industry, this Nigeria country so much. Thank you. And today is my great honor to launch this Nigeria Fintech Cloud Adoption White Paper with Fintech NGR together. It's free and you can download it from our website. Well, you can scan the QR code by your phone. So with this kind of white paper, you can have another choice to get better cost-effective cloud service from Huawei Cloud. And you can also enjoy local support cloud service from Huawei Cloud. And you can also enjoy another kind of ecosystem from China. Yes. So everybody, let's cheers. We launch this for you. Okay. Okay. Please.
Okay, thank you, Hugo, to give us the launch of the FinTech white paper. Okay, so now I think it's my pleasure to welcome the President and the Vice President and the CEO of the Nigeria FinTech Association come to the stage together. Welcome. Please come to the stage. Welcome.
Let's say in Nigeria for Nigeria. Okay, let's say Huawei Cloud in Nigeria for Nigeria.
I should give Hugo a slot tomorrow to co-anchor with me. You know, with so much passion. Huawei, it's amazing what you guys have done with this Nigerian FinTech Cloud Adoption White Paper. This is what it looks like. Impressive. It's a collaborative effort that has produced this. I'm glad that I've just seen Mr. Akim Lawal. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And it's a great honor. All right, Tom, are you good? All right.
Okay, thank you all, and thank you the hoster and all the distinguished guests from the FinTech Association from Nigeria. Okay, and last I want to see how it's mentioned is to bring digital to every person, home, and organization to build a fully connected and intelligent world. We really hope that the FinTech white paper aims to share the Huawei's experience in cloud deployment and operation with the FinTech industry, and also provide the guidance for FinTech companies in their cloud transformation and enhance Nigeria's FinTech potential. We hope to provide a comprehensive, objective, and reference for the Nigeria FinTech industry. Okay, and last I want to say again, Huawei Cloud in Nigeria, for Nigeria. Thank you all.
We should give you people Nigerian names because you guys are all Nigerian as good. You know, in Nigeria, we're quite resilient and we don't come last. Congratulations to Huawei as well as a FinTech Nigeria for this wonderful white paper, obviously, which signifies that we can do it together. And that is the spirit of innovation. And it gives me great delight, ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time to invite a gentleman that I hold in very high regard, a very good and indeed true leader that has demonstrated what innovation and resilience actually encapsulates. And that is no other person than the MD InterSwitch Pure Pay in the person of Mr. Akim Lawal as he comes in to present his keynote address. Please, can you put your hands together for him? The more you clap, the more zeros in your accounts will increase. Thank you so very much, Mr. Lawal. It's good to see you as always. And we are glad for your patience as well. Thank you. Over to you.
Good afternoon. All right, while I wait for my slide to come up. Good afternoon, everyone. Please, I hope you can hear me. All right, I think it's been an exciting morning so far. Always a pleasure to be in the midst of the industry, talking about topics such as this, right? As I was sitting here throughout this morning, I kept thinking that the three words that have been used as the theme are words that should not be strange to any Nigerian, right? If you have hustled through traffic in Lagos this morning with fuel at whatever price we are selling it today, and you have gotten there, you understand resilience. You do. Thank you. If you've had to figure out how to solve a problem that no technology outside of Nigeria could solve for you, and there was no product outside of this market that you could use to solve the problem that you have, and many of you who are fintechs are doing that every day, then you understand that for us as Nigerians especially, innovation is not even an option. It's something that we have to do just to survive or to thrive, right? And for many of us who understand the concept of the side hustle or the side gig, right? You understand that diversification, again, is a key part of what we are as the average Nigerian. I always say that the average Nigerian is entrepreneurial in spirit. And that spirit is what kind of builds into the diversification of what we do, either as individuals or as our businesses. The challenge for us, I think, today is how do we take those characteristics that we all have as Nigerians and bring them into the corporate space of fintech, right? How do we bring those characteristics of resilience, of innovation, of diversification into the businesses that we are building, into the products that we're taking to market, and into the collaborations that we are creating as an industry? Today, we've heard a lot about compliance, security, and some of the lessons that we've learned over the past few years to allow us to deal with this topic. I want to spend the next 7 minutes really looking a little bit into the future, right? How are the innovations that are coming in the future going to be impacted by the resilience, innovation, diversification mantra that we need to build into it? And I'll be talking just about 4 of those innovations and how they're going to be changing our payment space, our fintech industry, and how do we build from today the resilience and that we need to make sure that we are successful as we take those innovations to market. If you can help me skip to the next slide. The first of the innovations, which has been talked about today already, is open banking, right? The way we see open banking is what we believe will drive what we're calling embedded financing. The ability to embed payments, services, financial products into the user journey of any individual business or corporate. And it's in those embedded finance principles that you'll see the products that will be launching in the market, things like buy now, pay later, that allows you to walk up to a shop and at the point of making your purchase, you can be offered a loan. It's where you will see the point of sale loans. It's where you will see the installment payments. And then it's where you see insurance. You're buying a product, you're buying a fridge, you're buying a TV, and you can get insurance offered to you at the point of payments. This is one of the innovations that many of us who are in the fintech industry are anticipating, are expecting, or are even already building. The question is, how do we build resilience into this from today as we go into the future, right? I think the first principle is already there. If you have not read it, go and look at the open banking guidelines. Regulatory compliance with those guidelines is absolutely critical if you're building any product within the open banking space. But more than that, right, we believe that as you begin to build APIs that connect into core banking systems of banks or other fintechs, if you're not building fraud monitoring and security into it, we're creating the crisis that will happen in 5 years' time, right? Some of which we're seeing based on what has happened already in the industry today. So those of us who are building open banking, as we're complying with the regulations in the open banking guidelines, we should now also be thinking about how do we monitor those fraud endpoints? How do we monitor those API endpoints? How do we monitor user behavior? And how do we put the security and the fraud management tools into those systems? The next innovation I want to quickly talk about is blockchain, one of my favorite topics, right? So many fintechs in the house who are already innovating around blockchain. I ran into a gentleman outside just now who is using blockchain to handle fraud management, who is using it to handle reconciliation, and I'm really excited. The question I would again ask, because we see blockchain as driving the innovation that will lead to what we're calling decentralized finance, where it's not necessarily anymore to have an intermediary in order to be able to do financial transactions or any transactions in any industry as we step into the future. And from those, you will begin to see innovative products like cryptocurrency, digital currencies, cross-border payments, and even industry ecosystems, where you're taking industries like healthcare and digitizing it, taking industries like identity and digitizing it. As we think about those innovations, how do we build resilience in, right? And this is a charge or a call to anyone who is currently building products or innovations around blockchain. One of the critical things I believe that we must build in as we think about innovation in this area specifically is the concept that I think one of the earlier speakers spoke about, is how do we take the identity considerations of today and take it firmly into the digital world, right? How do we disrupt trust? Today, we trust people because they have BVN, or because they have a national ID, or because they have some other KYC documents. In the cyber world, or in the digital world of the future, those documents are insufficient. They are not enough. And many of us who have had fraudsters attack your systems know that many of those documents are not sufficient. As we go into the future where innovation will be driven by blockchain, we need to consider a future where the identity of individuals is also digital. And every aspect of that individual digitally can be curated and tied to that single individual, so that whatever that person does in this new cyber digital world, we can identify that person. So it's important as we think about innovation in this space to also look at innovation in digital identities. I sit with my compliance people a lot, and they're telling me these are the compliance requirements for AML, CFT, which is more paper-based. Again, as you innovate in this space, you need to think about the digital versions of those compliance requirements and the exchange controls if you're doing cross-border payments. The third innovation I wanted to talk about is tokenization, right? The ability to take a payment instrument and digitize it and embed it in any of the other devices that exist. Your card inside your phone, so your phone becomes a payment instrument. We believe that that is the innovation or the technology that would drive the innovation around invisible payments, the ability to make payments without actually bringing out a physical device to do so, right? Tap to pay, like MasterCard spoke about earlier on, wearables where your wristwatch becomes the way you make payments, the one-click checkout, the recurring payments, and the ability to use your fingerprint at an ATM to withdraw cash or at a POS terminal to pay your merchant. Again, how do you build resilience into this as we design those products going into the future? Our thinking is that you must consider end-to-end encryption, right? Because you're now in the era where physical interaction with the individual may not be necessary, you must be able to encrypt solutions or transactions from the beginning all the way to the end. You must be able to build the ability to create a multi-scheme tokenization. It's not enough that MasterCard has a tokenization technology, or Visa has a tokenization technology, or Verve has a tokenization technology. If those services are going to serve the average Nigerian, it means that as Nigeria, we must create a central token vault that will allow us to secure our transactions in a holistic and comprehensive manner. And I wish the central bank was still here, but this is one of the messages I would really like them to hear. And then the final innovation as I round up is in the area of big data, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, which we believe is where we're going to get to the concept of unconscious payments. Payments that happen based on preferences and profiles that you have defined, but are completely managed by artificial intelligence based on historical data. One of the classic examples that we're seeing already in the market is the automation of your recharge. The AI is monitoring your recharge patterns, and once your recharge or your airtime level is low, they will trigger a recharge on your behalf. Self-filling diesel tanks, right? Self-filling meters and on-demand loans. This one I particularly like, especially for those of you who understand school fees payments around September. Won't it be great if your bank could anticipate those needs and trigger a loan just to help you bridge those particular gaps? But when you get there, and when we will get there, what are the controls that we need to put in place to ensure that we create resilience in the industry? We think on before now. In the concept of big data, AI, we do require local data center infrastructure. Africa Data Center has spoken, Huawei has spoken, many other players here. And I think it's really important that at some point we're able to build those localized infrastructure. We need to build security around Internet of Things that is compliant with our own environmental needs. We need to build point-to-point encryption. And probably more important than all of this, right? We need to ensure that we're training and constantly improving the quality of the people who are going to be supporting and building the products that we're taking to market. Thank you very much. And that's all I have for today. I wish you all a fruitful deliberations.
Akim, thanks. I'm not letting you go. I can't let you go. Each time I see you and I listen to your presentation, I always tell myself that it's always best to sit back and then learn from a lot of what you do, because you are a man that has obviously been distinguished in this field. And I believe that the organizers will have this material available for people to actually go into at the end of the day. Please, I would like to invite the CEO to please come up, as well as Madam Momo to also come join for this photo session. We need to capture these images to make sure that we can save them up in the cloud, and then we can relocate them where we need to have them located. It's good to see you, okay, one more time. And then after this, ladies and gentlemen, we will just obviously go into the next item. And then we will be going for lunch. And I would like to quickly announce that there's going to be a raffle draw immediately after lunch. It is only those who are in the hall that their raffle tickets will be collected. Make sure you don't collect more than one raffle ticket. And then we have another raffle draw before the end of today's event. And I'm glad. Okay, thank you. No, hold on. Please, can we do that again? The lady in the middle. Because, I mean, this is image we take. The Court of Justice has women as we have to be sure. All right. So we can have some of these images well represented. It matters. As a PRO consultant, you know, so these are some of the things that we do. All right, thank you. It's enough. They have had enough of the shots. Please, can you put your hands together for them? Thank you. So at this point, our next presentation for the next 10 minutes will be done by 9 PSB, titled Financial Inclusion, Bridging the Gap Through Resilience and Innovation. And that is going to be taken by Mr. Akim Salam, the Head of Business Development and Strategy of 9 PSB. Please, can you put your hands together for him? Ah, Akim, is you. Hey, all right. You see how excited I am. I didn't even look at your face clearly. It's always good to see a lot of these guys coming in, and it's great that Akim Salam is a man whose thoughts are quite very deep, and I'm very sure that he's going to keep within time. It's good to see you again.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's always an opportunity to be in the middle of the players, the stakeholders, making things happen in the industry. I'm here, I'm going to spend just a few minutes, about 10 minutes thereabouts, to speak to us about the need for us to be resilient and be innovative in the way we tackled challenges facing financial inclusion. So please bring on my presentation. While the presentation is being brought up, as Nine Payment Service Bank, our primary mandate from Central Bank of Nigeria is to drive financial inclusion. And anytime we have the opportunity to speak about this subject, it's something that is very emotional for us. Because one of the main points for SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals, is to create no poverty scenario. And people will continue to be poor if they are not financially included. So for us, it's very important. This topic, this subject, when we talk about financial inclusion, is very critical to our mandate. And because of this, it's important that we share what we see, how we can be resilient, how we can be innovative. As a payment service bank, we are the go-to bank for fintechs. We have been supporting, we have seen some of our partners here, and we have developed multiple solutions to support the financial inclusion drive. Please bring up my presentation so that I can be conservative with time. So we already know the definition for financial inclusion. There is no point going into there. There is nobody seated here today that does not know the definition of financial inclusion. But from reports, from the final report, it shows that we are still far below the expectation as we speak. And year in, year out, we gather here, we gather at different fora to speak about the need for us to drive financial inclusion. We need to change the mindset. We need to change the approach. It's not going to be business as usual. Because if we have truly changed the targets for ourselves from 75%, from 70% to 95% for 2024, it means that something magical needs to happen. I used to bring up the slide so that I can use to engage the... Who is bringing up the slide? All right, while they are bringing up the slide, that man that is in Kafansha or in Dandume Funtua may not be able to use IoT or use scan to pay or tap to pay. To him, it's not important. What's important for him is the ability to be able to receive money from his brother, his cousin who is supporting him to send 5,000, 10,000 naira to him. He wants to be able to use it for survival. For him, getting some little token, 1,000, 2,000 are for him survivor, for survival reasons. Unlike you and I that will use tap to pay, biometric to authorize transaction and all that. That's advanced. It's good. While we are focusing attention on that, we should also think about the millions of Nigeria, at least from the report. 1 out of 3 Nigerians are still financially excluded. That's a lot. It means that there are a lot of opportunities for us, but what do we need to do? Instead of competing, the best for us to do is to co-compete. Let's collaborate while we are also competing. There are about 6 major items that have been identified, major reasons that have been identified as the reason for financial exclusion. Why are people financially excluded? One of the major reasons is geographical location or distance. Because where they are, there may not likely be internet. There may not even be light or water, as the case might be. Because of this distance, the cost of serving people in those locations is going to be huge, and not one person can do that. It's not likely possible for a bank to think about bringing an ATM and go and put in Dandume Funtua, where the total population maybe is about 50,000 or 100,000. It won't be economically viable for them to do that, right? Another thing is the cost. The cost of transaction. For you and I, maybe you can afford to pay up the 53 naira 75 kobo when you transfer 50K and above. But for them, that 50 naira is a lot. It can buy guru, isn't it, for some of my people who are from the northern part of the country. So the cost of transaction is also an hindrance for them to acquire this transaction. And what is driving the cost? It's because of the cost of infrastructure. Because the service provider also needs to host these services. They need to either develop something from afresh, and all of this comes at high cost. Another one is identity. Most of these people do not have any digital identity, except with the introduction of NIMs, the NIMSI card, the NIN numbers, that without that, you cannot have a valid phone number. That is the only time that some of these people have a form of identity, or with the voter's card, because of the need for them to do some elections. Another consideration is trust. I think when we're having that, the previous speakers that also spoke about trust. Most of these people are here to trust the system. They say, if it's no ceremony, I need my cash, because they are yet to trust the system. And how can we build trust? We build trust through education. And that's why we embark with partnership with some government, private organization, and others. We do that partnership to be able to have opportunity to educate the financially excluded group. So when you tell them what to expect, how this solution works, they tend to understand. And with that, we begin to build trust. It's very important that we do that. And another thing is the gender inequality. Because there is chances or more probability that women are less formally, financially included than men, maybe because of cultural and social reasons. And oftentimes, they are also limited in the income that they earn. Because of this, more women are likely to be financially excluded than men. And the last one, okay, so move to slide 4 or 5, because I'm conscious of time and I don't want. All right, so I've already discussed this. We're still at about 51 as at the last final report of 2022. And we have set a target of 95% by 2024 for ourselves. If we are still at 51, I want to go to 95. That means something magical needs to happen. In my opinion, right, I feel if we can adopt financial inclusion as a social program, the way we do immunization, I'm not sure those people doing immunization don't go to all the nooks and crannies, even or to the interland. So as stakeholders, as government, we need to come together and look at this, because that's the only way we can solve the level of poverty as part of the SDG goals, right? So it's important for us to do that. So payment has been increasing, just as you can see, but financial inclusion is there to increase. That means they are only focusing more attention on some of us that are already financially included. Next slide, please. And I've already said this, at least 1 out of 2 Nigerians who know is formal financial. They have other ways, Akawu, Ajo, another informal way of saving money. But 1 out of 3 are still financially excluded. That's a report from EFINA, right? Next slide. That means there is still a lot of work for us to do here. And if you look at other countries, most of them are already ahead of Nigeria because they are adopting other non-bank options for them to grow the financial inclusion. Yes, it may not be appealing to banks because they are bigger clients that will give you so much, but it should be appealing enough to fintechs, to payment service bank and IPSB, and we can co-create. We have partners that will co-create certain products, identify the need, approach us, we look at what the regulation says and co-create products, and we can use to address the need of the market. Next slide, please. So these are the barriers. I've already spoken about it: the geographical distance, the high cost, the need to build trust, the little or irregular income, the gender or age discrimination, and the cumbersomeness of the KYC requirement. All of these are the things that we all know that are, there are major barriers to financial inclusion. So how do we deal with all of this? Next slide. So enough of regulation. I think we have enough regulation that allows tier 3 KYC, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. We have a lot of, regulation that are already giving us leeway to innovate. But now it's time for us to talk about innovation and collaboration more, rather than the regulation. Regulation is already there to give us the leeway to innovate. So we need to do something differently for us to change the narrative. Now, how do we bridge the gap? Branchless banking. Thank God to the over 1 million agents that are already, rendering these services across Nigeria. Financial literacy to also build trust. Shared infrastructure. This is very key because the cost of serving these people is very high and nobody will be looking at them unless we begin to use shared infrastructure where 2, 3, the telcos, the banks, the fintech come together and adopt form of revenue share. There's only something in it for us, but not until we do shared infrastructure. Move on to the next one, since I've already spoken about this. So for us at NIPSV, we have different products that we have designed. Some are organic and some are inorganic, available to our fintechs. Our stand is out there, NIPSV, towards the right-hand corner when you step out, where we can explore the opportunity, the options of co-creating things with you, and also accelerate your growth as fintechs. Thank you. Next slide. So that I can add up. Sorry, let me. So these are our role. We are the enabler, we collaborate, we also incubate, we co-create, and we also educate as a payment service bank. So if you'd like to join us, next slide, please. Okay, we are in terms of security, which is very key. That's number one thing. We're also flexible. We're able to quickly adapt and dynamically acclimatize to the need of the market. We are competitive. We are also agile. If you'd like to join us on the mission to bank the whole of Nigeria, please feel free to join us. Email us at hello@9psb.com.ng. Thank you.
All right. Please put your hands together for Akim Salam. I mean, he's a very smart guy. I've met with him severally in different conferences that I've had the privilege of anchoring. It's quite impressive what 9PSB is doing. Thanks so very much, Akin Salam, Head of Business Development and Strategy of 9PSB. Quickly, would like to take up the next presentation, which is a product pitch, before we go for launch. I'm very sure we are all eager for that. And that is actually on the topic, exploring opportunities in the financial market through Contract for Difference, CFD. And that is going to be presented by Okpe Abiola, Country Director of HFM, who is ably represented here by Heritage Adisa, the market analyst at HFM. Please, can you put your hands together for her or for him? Okay. Heritage Adisa.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, my name is Heritage Adisa, and I will be ably representing the country director, Mr. Okweolu Abiola. Right, quickly in the little time that I have, I just want to introduce you to a financial product, what we call Contracts for Difference. Exactly what it is, how it works, and how you can take advantage of it. All right, quickly. All right, next slide, please. I think this is. All right. Now, when we say contract for difference, CFD, what are we talking about? A contract for difference is a type of financial derivative. The idea is it allows you as a trader, as an investor, as a speculator, to take advantage of price changes in different financial assets. If you want to speculate on the price of currencies, for example, what we refer to as Forex, you want to speculate on the price of commodities, you want to speculate on the price of stocks or shares, you want to speculate on the price of bonds and different financial assets, you can do this through CFDs. It allows you to speculate on the price of all these assets without actually taking ownership of these assets. Let me give you an example. Let's say you're looking at crude oil globally as an example, right? Crude oil as an asset, right? You can buy physical crude oil, but with CFDs, you don't have to take physical delivery of it. Let's say, for example, you have supply trouble. Maybe OPEC is looking to reduce production, or we have trouble in oil exporting nations as a result of geopolitical stress, whatever the issue is, and you expect this reduction in supply to make the price of oil go up. You expect that. Instead of buying oil physically, crude oil as the barrels, you can, through our platform, buy the asset on our platform. And as the price goes up and appreciates, you can sell off at a higher price, making the difference. CFDs allow you to make profits of price changes in these financial assets without actually taking ownership of it. We can look at it as essentially a financial contract between two parties. So the two parties agree that at the end of our transaction, we're looking to exchange the difference in the price between when we opened it and when we closed it. If you look at CFDs as an asset, traders around the world, investors around the world can look into CFDs as a product that they can also try to take advantage of opportunities in the market. Right, I'm going to move on a bit to just talk purely about the kinds of assets you can trade and exactly how it works. Like I mentioned earlier, when you talk about speculating in the market, it cuts across different asset classes. Right, next slide, please. All right, good, thank you. Asset classes like currencies. What most people call Forex trading is actually Forex CFDs. And a lot of times, you as a trader can also speculate in the market. How? You can take advantage of price changes, right? You could look to trade a currency versus another nation's currency. If, for example, you expect the value of the euro, for example, to appreciate against the dollar, that's what you expect as a result of the economy in Eurozone or something in Germany as against the US. You can do this through CFDs. By buying Euro USD on the platform, you can make profits when the exchange rate in the market goes up. Are we together? So when you expect the exchange rate of a financial asset to rise, you can buy it on the platform. And when it goes up, you can sell off at the higher price, making the difference. Not just currencies. You could brand this into commodities as well. You can speculate on the price of oil. You can speculate on the price of copper, sugar, cocoa, whatever the asset class is. The basic thing is your understanding of what is going on in the market. The demand and supply interplay helps inform your decisions in the market. If I'm going to speculate on the price of gold, for example, as an asset, the question is, why do I expect gold price in the market to appreciate? Through market analysis, market research, you can understand the current developments around these assets and then use that information to trade in the market. The same thing applies to oil. Apart from even commodities, you can do the same thing with shares. Instead of buying physical shares or stocks, right, you can also do something similar with CFDs. This time around, you don't get to take ownership of the stock itself, but only to take advantage of the price changes. So for example, I expect the price of a certain stock to rise. I don't have to buy it physically. I can take advantage of the price and just speculate and buy it on the platform, such that when the price starts to go up in the market, what I bought is also appreciating, and I can sell up at the higher price, making the difference. But it is a speculative business. That means that you're mostly speculating in the market, making decisions based on information, but there is that atom of uncertainty in terms of the outcome. What I mean by that is there is no way to be 100% certain that what I have bought will rise in value. Based on information, there is a high probability that it does. But there's also a chance that what I've bought doesn't go up like I expected. It could be as a result of a change in market condition. It could be as a result of something I omitted in my analysis as well. And that means that when I buy an asset, and instead of the price rising, there is a fall in price, I'll be making a loss. So with CFDs, yes, you can make losses in the market because you're speculating. But there are also ways that you can mitigate your risk, manage your risk, such that even if I'm wrong, there's a limit to what I'm exposing myself to in the market. You can limit this to a dollar amount, a naira amount, or even in terms of the volume of your transactions. You can also trade, apart from even shares, you can trade global market ETFs as well, where you can speculate on different related assets together with a single trade. CFDs allow traders to trade multiple asset classes through the same account, and it's a great way that you can diversify your portfolio. Why exactly should you consider CFDs? What are the benefits, and what can you really take advantage of while trading CFDs? As an alternative to stocks and bonds, traders can also consider CFDs because you're able to get exposure into different financial assets through one single account, one single balance. With CFDs, you have low margin requirements. That means that you don't have to contribute the full transaction size to buy any single asset, right? I could use, say, ₦1 million, for example, to open a transaction of 100 million naira. This in itself comes with its own higher exposure because, yes, you're opening yourself to maximizing higher profits, but that also comes with a higher level of risk. In trading, risk management is absolutely important, but low margin requirement makes CFDs an interesting part of the financial markets as well. Apart from the low margin requirements, the cost of trading is really low relative to the transaction size. If I'm taking a trade of, say, $1 million, for example, ₦1 million naira, for example, sorry, ₦1 million naira, for example, I could be paying as low as 100 naira, 200 naira, 500 naira as the cost of that transaction. So that in itself, the low cost and the ability to trade multiple assets through a single platform, through a single account, through a single balance, makes CFDs a welcome addition to investment portfolios as well, right? You could also do it with, another interesting thing is the ability to go long or short. In traditional stock markets, for example, traders typically go long, buy assets. But if you expect the price of an asset to fall, you can also short it in the market with the CFDs. That is, you can sell the asset on the platform. Remember, I said it's just a contract. So that means that traders can hedge their traditional positions in the market through the CFD. Oh, I'm holding stocks of a certain company, but the stock market is coming down. I could log on to my CFD account and short that asset, sell that asset. So I'm using that to mitigate my risk or my losses in the actual market. Next slide, please. Like I mentioned, there are risks in the markets too. Leverage itself comes with risk because you're trading with a bigger balance than you normally have, more like the broker's money. Now, yes, that amplifies your profit, but it also comes with certain risk in the market. But like I mentioned, when you're trading, there are ways that you can mitigate your risk through technology and help you manage your exposure such that the only amount you're exposing is the amount that you're willing to risk on any given day, any given trade. Next slide. Now, we're talking about fintech generally. CFDs and fintech have come hand in hand for a very long time, right? Our business is primarily online. And because it's online, right, we have a lot of buying and selling going on the platform through financial technology as well. The way we get the prices of these assets, take for example in Nigeria, if we have, CFDs for or like 20 major stocks on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Let's say we have that because it can be created, right? If you have it on the platform as well, the price aggregation, how we get the price on the platform is through financial technology, funding methods, deposit and withdrawals made fast through financial technology, right? Onboarding of clients as well, aggregating data through financial technology. And over time, we've had different instances where financial technology has really help our business do better and help us improve, most importantly. Last slide. Now, HFM as a company is multi-regulated across different platforms, different countries around the world. But in Nigeria today, the industry, the asset class, CFDs, is not yet regulated by the SEC. And while we have been having conversations, we've been having meetings, correspondence with the SEC to get the business regulated, for now, it hasn't been done yet. And we're hoping in the coming months and years, it will be regulated. As a brand, we operate on our global regulations to ensure we do things by the book. But you see, regulation has an enormous impact and benefits for the industry to protect both the brokers as well as even well-meaning Nigerians and investors. How? CFD regulation helps to protect against fraud. With regulation, you can take away fraudulent participants from this business and focus on only those that have genuine business in the particular industry. When CFDs become regulated in Nigeria, for example, like I mentioned earlier, we can pick the top 20 stocks on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and list them as CFDs on the platform. So traders, investors can actually take advantage of the price even on the platform as well as they can do it on the stock exchange. More importantly, they can hedge their positions, which is what I really like. In the stock market, for example, if you're buying assets and then we have the stock markets falling, you can hedge that position using the CFD on the platform, right? Compensation as well. Under one of our regulations, the SISEC, there is a compensation board, Investors Compensation Fund, that allows that in a case where the broker goes under, in the case where the broker goes bankrupt, non-professional investors can get compensated up to the tune of 20,000 euros in that particular case. This can also be set up when we have CFDs regulated in Nigeria as well. Final slide. CFDs as an industry, as a financial asset, right, brings enormous opportunities to traders, investors around the world. And family offices, hedge funds have also added CFDs as a way that they can also diversify their portfolio as well. At HFM, we're committed to helping traders do this properly, trade properly, educate traders through seminars across major cities in the country, and help them do better. You can reach us via our website, www.hfm.com, and we have a stand outside that we can also talk to you to help you understand this better. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Heritage. You are an amazing guy. But thank you, because it's a very important presentation. For us, I think this is something that we need to explore. The exhibition stands or booths are all out there. We'd like to encourage every single one of us in the hall to make sure you visit. I understand that some of the exhibitors have certain raffles going on as well. You want to take advantage of that. There are a lot of opportunities in Nigeria, regardless of some of the challenges that we are facing. At this point in time, I would like to also quickly announce one more time that we will we're going to be having two sets of raffle draws. One is going to be on the mobile phone. The other will be on the airline raffle draw. The LI raffle draw is being sponsored and anchored by KLM, while that of the phone is anchored by Huawei. Can we put our hands together for them? If you don't clap, it might jump you. Great. So what is going to happen is this: immediately after launch, we are going to start up with the first raffle draw, which is going to be the Huawei phones. Make sure that you are here. If we don't have your tickets in the roller, we obviously will go on without you. And afterwards, we go into have 2 or 3 presentations, and then we'll wrap up today's program with the final raffle ticket or raffle draw, pardon me. Make sure you are still here by the time that is happening, and then we can call it a close for the day. And then tomorrow, by God's grace, we're all here to continue with the Nigerian Fintech Week 2023 edition. So at this point in time, I'm going to hand over you guys to the ushers who are going to direct you to where we are going to have lunch. Lunch is for only 45 minutes. As soon as I'm back here to announce the raffle draw, he or she who is not here, well, I will have nothing else to say. So at this point, I say bon appetit to every one of you. Lunch is being served. Thank you. Clap for me now. Put your hands together for me. Look at. Go and get energy and come back so that we can continue this conversation. Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please mind your personal items, your mobile phones, your laptops, your handbags, your tablets. Please be mindful of your personal items and make sure you have registered to stand a chance to win any of the prizes during our raffle draws. Please mind your personal items, your phone, your charger, your laptops, your handbags. Please make sure you are responsible for them. And at the same time, take a lot of selfies with the background, share online, hashtag NFW2023 and NFW23 at the Nigerian Fintech Week as well. We have the QR code, which is a technology access for you to be able to get into the details of the program. So please make sure you avail yourself of all of this wonderful opportunity. One more time, kindly be mindful of your phones, of your laptop, of your tablet, and your handbags. Ladies and gentlemen, over to you guys, Samidov and my team. Let's have some background sound. Thank you so much. We will convey here by 2:45. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.